me. I'm so sorry, Discord. Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
I'm gonna see if I can add you onto my
bring some more
stream.
culture back to Twitch.
Yeah, one thing at a time. And I bet I could figure out a way to get you back onto my stream. Hang on one second here. But yeah, we're gonna be talking tonight about Chuck Palahniuk's Haunted. I don't know how we have a lot to discuss tonight. Even to the very last minute, like I can show you guys this. I have like so I've got like so many pages of notes I was writing just to like, because on every chapter on everything, I was like trying to get all my thoughts straight and like remember all the individual stuff. Like I was like, even at the last second, I'm still writing stuff down, trying to remember everything. There's a lot to remember in this. So, hang on, let me see if I
was told the book was glow in the dark, and I never tested it.
Oh, is it? I've had this in the dark a lot. I've never noticed it. Hang on.
Yeah, me neither.
Let me see. Let me hit this one. There's got to be like a good way to do this, right? Hang on. The technical, give me a second. You guys know I am a technical whiz, so don't worry. Hang on. Let's see. We'll switch this to here. Oh, look, there's Dan. There he is. Now, if I do this, look at this. Look at this technical skill right here.
Oh, man.
There we go. Oh, there he is. There he is, guys. He's here. Hang on, let me there we go. Feel weird being like way bigger than you. Maybe I should be like, let me make myself.
It's kind of real life almost,
Yeah, it's true, right? It's true. Let's see. Let me move you here. Here is Dan the VP. Here's Dan the VP, guys. Moderator. If you have any complaints about how you were treated in Twitch chat, definitely bring it up with Dan. He's the guy that probably did it.
Yep.
Exactly. Now favorite each other. Is there a thing? I don't know. Is there a thing about favoriting? Where's I need my beer, by the way. I'm definitely gonna need beer for this fucking book. That's for goddamn sure.
Yeah, this is gonna move when somebody joins the channel. Where I am on your window capture is gonna change.
Oh, is it really? Oh, is this not gonna work? Damn.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh shit. Let's see. So yeah, let's somebody already has a complaint. So maybe I can't do this. Maybe I can't. I don't know. Wait, I could do this. Oh, maybe I can't do this. Well, sorry, Dan.
That's fine.
We'll have your voice on at least. It's a good discussion book. Maximize them. Oh, is that a thing? Can you maximize somebody on Discord? Hang on. That's a thing I can do. Now does this work for the stage though?
You can focus a person on the stage.
Okay. Let's see.
And then I think that'll be the only person you see like a feed for now.
I think maybe I'll try to figure it out next time. Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be on video so the people in the stage could see when I'm speaking.
Oh, okay,
it makes it a little easier to like communicate.
That makes sense. Oh man. Well, all right. Well, I mean, where do we even fucking begin with this book?
Promise the next time, by the way. We've got to do book club 3. You just.
Oh yeah, I did. Well, I hope everybody overall is enjoying book club. I hope it's been fun. I've been having a great time doing it. Although I almost feel like I'm a little bit 0 for 2 on these books.
I was.
Go ahead.
So my wife and I have been like reading a lot at the beginning of the year for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think I'm on my 11th book for the year. And so we've been talking about like the last book and then this book because we're like reading other stuff. And I think both of these books are books that I'm like glad I read. Mm-hmm. And I never would have read other than like in this context. Because there's just like so much stuff to read. And so I wouldn't call it like a loss because I mean to me there's like value in that and just like kind of being not forced but taken out of my normal what the books I would pick up at the library would be.
Maybe with some books, some people like stay in their lane, so to speak. Like if they know they like sci-fi, they'll only read sci-fi, or if they know they like mysteries and only read mysteries. I guess maybe I'm a bit strange because I'll just read whatever. Like I don't care if it's good. Yeah. I'm pretty chill with that. And I just hope it's good. Now I may read a high fantasy and like hate it, or I may read like a horror book or hate it or something, or maybe who knows? Like I don't know. For me, I'm not really like a genre guy. I don't know how chat feels or how you guys feel about that, but
I like to have different things and to be able to go from like one, whether it's a different writing style or a different genre or like a different perspective.
Sure.
Like that, it's hard for me to like read a similar, style or themed book. And so
Yeah.
it's like this has been a nice departure from like the fantasy and sci-fi and crime stuff
Yeah,
that
it's
I
kind of
was
nice that this was
reading
really
throughout
not
it.
sci-fi. Although maybe by the end of it, we
Yeah.
all kind of missed the sci-fi a little bit. Maybe we all missed it a little bit. So, hey, if you're subscribing, thank you for the subs, guys. I really appreciate that. I've got alerts off for the book club just so we're not like, we don't really want stone toed while somebody's giving their opinion on the book. Yeah, you guys understand, obviously. So I mean, we'll try to get started. We'll try to keep it a little bit. Let me open my notes here. I have a lot of notes. Here. Before we start the discussion, I want to start off because I in case somebody thought like I purposely, there was actually some muttering like Barb did this on purpose to us. Like Barb chose this book to spite us after Wings of V. And he wanted to make us suffer by reading this book. I need to reiterate one more time before we begin this discussion that I in no way, shape, or form sought out like the worst or something I could find. Absolutely not. That is not what I did. I go on like recommended book lists and I just scroll through them and I'm like, that one looks interesting. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, that one. That's kind of what I do. So if you were like, what the fuck is this? I had no idea.
Pick a bad book. I mean, there are thousands of like 1-star books that you could have picked and punished us with.
And Chuck Palahniuk is like a pretty famous writer, like Fight Club and Choke and stuff. Like I'd never read him, so I had no idea what his like actual books were like, right? So I had no idea. But yeah, this was not a spiteful choice under any circumstances, like at all. I just want chat and everybody to be aware of that before we begin this discussion. That's all. You couldn't bring yourself to read horror. I mean, it really isn't horror.
No.
It like kinda is, sort of. It's like everything, honestly.
I walked around Barnes and Nobles for a good like 10 minutes before I just went to the general fiction section and boom, there it was.
Oh wow.
Because I was like, okay, this has got to be a horror book, it's got to be a thriller book, it's got to the cell service sucked, so I couldn't find it in my store, but yeah. Yeah,
there's some books that like kind of cross genres a lot. So anyway, I don't want to monopolize time here, but yeah, I just wanted a disclaimer based on that. And I know a number of you press 1 in the chat if you did not read the book. Just I know some people may be here. I'm gonna try to like keep people like relatively up to speed with what's going on. A lot of you guys, nobody read the book. Nobody read the book. You're all getting Fs. You're all failing the class. Nobody read the book. So I'll give you like the jacket description of the book, and then we'll begin like the discussion, just so you like have an idea what the book is actually going on. So the premise of the book, here's like the jacket description, like a couple sentences. So basically this guy named Mr. Whittier is holding like a writer's retreat, and a bunch of writers all agree that they're going to leave the world for 3 months. They're going to like sequester themselves, like no contact with the outside world. And for 3 months, they're agreeing to like leave their lives behind and like produce like a great work, like write a great story. So from there, they all get together. And then once they're all in this movie theater, I believe is where they are, then they all start like telling their stories. So it's like a kind of a collection of short stories from a bunch of different characters. And the short stories have a ton of variety. Like the stories are like very, very different. There's also like a larger story going on. So it isn't just the short stories. There's also like a bunch of story. There's one story that connects the whole thing. So there's like a larger narrative beyond that. It's just a theater. Okay, it's just a theater. I didn't know if the movie theater or a theater or not. But yeah, there's like a larger story as well. So, and there's a lot to discuss there, like a whole lot to discuss. So we're going to keep it simple to start. Why don't we start with you, Dan? In 1 or 2 sentences, what did you think of the book overall?
I thought the book was very interesting to read. Like I enjoyed the fact that
You fucking
like
hated it.
No. I definitely didn't hate it. I'm trying to like I'm using more than two sentences by trying to use only two sentences. It was super easy for me to read. It was really like if there was ever a point that I was like, I know I just have to like read 2 pages and then it'll drastically shift. I really like the pacing of the book because it felt like you kind of digest things on, small, from the poems to the short stories to like the narrative part. I struggled like tying everything together and kind of got to the point that I was just like, I'm just going to read the book. And if I feel like I understand the bigger narrative, I do. If I don't, then I missed it. So, but it was really like, it's really well written. Like, I really like the author's writing style. Like, I understand why he has some like really popular works. I don't know if this really, I kept waiting for there to be like some big thing, like some Fight Club moment, and that was probably me being a little predisposed to that story, and so like unfairly judging it.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. I remember like nothing about it.
Like, I mean, the twist in Fight Club is like, it's like Sixth Sense. Like, you feel like you want to reread the entire novel, and you don't really get that here. But I think that was more of like my assumptions than what the book was.
All right, well, let's hear from what you guys have to say. We got Moby Dew. Let's see if we can get Moby Dew's thoughts. Remember, try to keep it to one to two sentences if possible. Hey, Moby Dew, how's it going, dude?
Going good. How are you guys?
Doing good, doing good. 1 to 2 sentences. What did you think of the book?
1 to 2 sentences. I thought it started way too strong, and it couldn't keep up with where it started.
So you really liked, say, the story Guts, and then from beyond that, it like kind of was downhill from there for you?
Exactly, yeah. Like, the Guts story makes me never want to swim in a swimming pool ever again. But I really do feel like it peaked so hard so early that even just a few stories later, where they start discussing about like, what can we do in the house to make us sound cooler once we get out of here, and they start chopping their limbs off, and it's like it was just like I wasn't even fazed by that at that point.
Yeah. All right, well, we're gonna keep it kind of rapid fire so we get people's general impressions of the book. Feel free to put your hand up here again to request to speak. Let's hear from Ari. Ari, what did you think of the book? How's it going, Ari?
Hey. Yeah, hi. I liked it. I liked how it kind of put us in this perspective of the group and like this through line of the logic of like when people were like mutilating themselves, it felt like the natural extension because the narrator is like, oh, you have to do this. You have to do this. Like, you have to be the star of the show and whatever. The thing is I find it difficult to engage with because if it was just a series of short stories, I would say that I liked about a third of them, and that'd be pretty good for a short story collection. And if I'm trying to engage with it as a novel, I would find it underwhelming. And so I'm not really sure what to do putting it together because it is a meta narrative and a series of short stories.
Do you think the book would have been better if like the larger narrative was kind of like deleted and it was just the short stories?
I don't know if I would say that. I think it would definitely miss some of what's being said about like, because the meta narrative really drives home that like the narratives themselves are holding these people back and people are bound by the narratives they tell people. So I think you would miss out on that, but I would definitely enjoy the story section better. I think like I generally like that better.
Okay, definitely interesting. All right, let's hear from Floating Cozy. Floating Cozy, hello. What did you think of the book in 1 or 2 sentences?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, I liked it. It was all right. I wouldn't say it was bad by any means. It was a pretty easy read for me. I actually got through it pretty fast. But overall, yeah, I mean, it did start out very strong. And I agree with I believe it was like Moby Dew. Like, I don't want to go swimming in a swimming pool. I mean,
like never look at a swimming pool the same way again, right?
Things usually don't get me, but that got me. But I won't go into detail with that right now.
What is this Guts everyone is mentioning? So there's a short story in it. It's one of the first stories in it. Apparently it was first published in Playboy, I think, is where the story was first published. And another thing that maybe some of you don't know is that apparently they were actually real stories that were told to Chuck Palahniuk. Like they're not like he didn't make them up. Like apparently there were real stories people told, and he like adapted these stories into his story. So like these things apparently actually happened to somebody, and he just like used that apparently. Yeah. So
okay, yeah, with that information, that makes it even more disturbing.
yeah. I mean, probably a little bit of embellishment there, right?
I think it would be more disturbing for somebody to just come up with that. The fact that it happened in real life to me makes it less disturbing. But anyway,
there's definitely that perspective as well, right? Yeah. Playboy used to have like tons of short stories and articles and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Floating Cozy. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. It's not a problem at all. So I wouldn't know. I didn't get it. I wasn't allowed to have that kind of stuff growing up. But anyway, overall it was good. Like I said, like the short stories were nice. I'm used to reading Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe is one of my like favorite short story authors, and so I'm pretty used to reading short stories. So the short stories I found nice, and I felt like it did connect with the main narrative. It's just as it did go on, it was a bit underwhelming. I was expecting for it to pick up more, but it just seemed like it was mostly slower paced.
Yeah, as for me, because I guess I haven't really said what I thought about it yet. I kind of agree with you because in some ways, because there were some stories where I was like extremely engaged in what I was reading. Like, this is fantastic. Like, I'm really enjoying what I'm reading. And then there would be like a poem would kind of lose my interest, and a story would seemingly go nowhere, or like I didn't really understand what was going on or something, and maybe like lost in some of the prose, or like the trying to like really be super edgy or something, and I would kind of get lost again. And then I would find another story that would actually really grab my interest. So to me, I was kind of like whiplash back and forward of either getting really into it or completely out of it, and that happened like a lot for me. That happened all the time. So
yeah, I got that from that.
I kind of wanted to ask everybody this. Did you have a favorite short story and like a least favorite short story in it?
I would say my favorite, it was kind of, I would say it's my favorite by like kind of how weirdly disturbing it was, but probably when, well, I guess it wasn't technically a short story, it's part of the narrative where they actually like feed the fetus to like the mom.
Oh God.
Yeah, that I was just like, whoa, okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, if people hadn't read the book, they probably I beg your pardon, what?
yeah. And then probably least favorite, gosh, I'm trying to remember. It's been a bit since I finished it, so I'm trying to specifically remember. But probably like one that was like really weird to me was like with the dolls. I think it was with like the sex ed with the kids.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, okay, that's weird.
What about you, Dan? Did you have a favorite and a least favorite story?
I don't know about least favorite. The Mrs. Sneezy's story, like I felt really, like I was really entertained by that. I felt that was like a really interesting kind of like line of topic, and that whole, I don't know if it was like the more kind of medical science aspects of it. And then the guy who was on disability and then like killed the investigator. Part of my job is like disability insurance stuff, and so it was like really like it was like this meta real world stuff because like I don't know that, but that one was really interesting to think about because like that shit happens all the time where like people are like camped out in trees trying to catch somebody, and so it was like really like this is just like true, like this happens like.
That was something I never knew about, like, at all. Yeah, I guess it would make sense, private investigators, right? But anyway, thank you, Floating Cozy. Thank you very much. And feel free to chat in again. Let's see. Let's hear from... let's get somebody else in. I can't see your name. What is your name? Here we go.
Sir Spork.
Hey.
There you are. Hey, what's up, Sir Spork? How are you, dude?
I'm doing okay. I finished the book. I think that... So in terms of positives, had pretty good prose. I think Palahniuk's a very talented writer. And I liked the, out of any of the stories, I actually think the last story was, to me, the strongest, the emigration story. It kind of reminded me of like the cosmic horror aspects of like the ending of have you ever read or seen Childhood's End?
No,
Like,
I haven't. Is that
It's
Bradbury?
almost like a it's Clark, I think.
Oh, okay.
But at the end of Childhood's End, basically all of humanity dies and ascends, but it's like framed in a kind of creepy way, where it's like, oh, that's kind of screwed up. That like these people aren't really getting a choice in this. And so the last story being about kind of what's ostensibly a scientific death cult, like eradicating the human race, in that way was actually like kind of existentially like good, like in terms of horror. But I like that one. I like Doombox. I think my least favorite story was The Foot Job. I listened to the book, and when they were reading that short story, I was like, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, this isn't even horror. This is just a weird story.
I think the people in chat who haven't read the book are like, what the fuck was this book?
Yeah. I think the major, I don't know if I particularly liked the book as a whole. I think that the negatives I took away from it were like, I kind of hated the connective story. I really just didn't buy like the dynamic of the people inside the theater. Like, I don't believe that you could get 17 people to do that without any kind of like preparation or anything.
Not to mention like the decisions they
people.
make and the things they do is.
Yeah, they're all kind of idiots. Like, and to the point where I was just like, I really don't care if these people all die.
Yeah, I think that was kind of part of the point, though, was that like these people were all tricked, and like this is the only kind of person that would ever even think about agreeing to something like this, and that to be in such a mindset that you could like write some great work of fiction just in 3 months being isolated from the world. So I agree, it was very like, the book didn't go out of its way to make it believable, but I think that was kind of the thread that it was trying to weave, was like, look at all these fucked up people that would even come here in the first place.
Yeah, and it just being like, yeah, stupid idiots kill themselves in movie theater was kind of, to me, it also lacked some punch because there was too many characters at 17. And so frequently during the story vignettes, I'd forget who certain people were, or like what their revealed motivations and like backstory was.
Right.
And there was a point in time where at one point late in the book, a character says like, oh, something about the story Mrs. Clark told us. And I had to double take and be like, wait a minute, those stories were being told diegetically? Like, these people are aware of these stories?
Yeah, and it's certainly by some point you've like lost track of who said what and which character was which. And I guess that's why their names are like coded to like what they did in their stories, with like a couple of exceptions, right? So it's like kind of how it's easier in that sense. But I definitely agree. I was kind of like lost at a few points. I was like, what? And I didn't really go back and try to look up stuff. I was just like, let me just move on to the next short story, and maybe that'll rekindle something.
The meta narrative really doesn't, like, the stories, you learn them, but not in the order that they were like told, because like these people are not like, it's not like the meta narrative, then somebody tells a story and then the next part of the meta narrative happens. Like, these people would have to have like told the stories kind of like early on, or at like when they first all got there or something, because it wouldn't make sense for like the last story to be told after all this other shit had happened. It's like, oh yeah, now this person's on stage telling a story. So it's kind of, I felt it hard to place things.
I just realized that chat maybe has no idea what we're talking about, because maybe they haven't seen, maybe they don't know what we're talking about. So, okay, so I told you guys the premise that initially they're all these writers are getting together to go to this writers retreat, and they're going to lock themselves away from the world for 3 months. At some point after like a couple of the first stories, they decide that rather than sitting around, like there's basically no way they're going to come up with anything that's going to be good or worthwhile, they decide they're going to basically lie and fake that they were being tortured by Mr. Whittier, and they were being like they were locked away from the world, they couldn't escape, that they're going to make their lives the story. So they start like mutilating themselves, they like chop off their fingers, And that just like, it just keeps on going. They chop off toes. Later on, a character chops off their dick. I think they die from that. They have to resort. They also sabotage everything. They have to let's see, they destroy all the food, so they're going to starve. They destroy all their food. They break all the locks.
All the toilets.
Yeah, they clog the toilets. Like, they're basically creating the most misery they possibly can. It's self-inflicted because the idea that they have is that they're going to lie and say that they were all locked away by Mr. Whittier. So when they get out, they can tell this amazing heroic story of survival and sell that to people. And that's like, they're all planning out in the future, like how they're going to do this. Like how
being
they're
locked away
this.
isn't a lie though. Like they're recruited to this writer's retreat, and then they're taken to this theater and locked in it, and it's like dank and stinky, and they have like freeze-dried meals to eat. And so it's kind of like I don't know if it was ever like said specifically where they were going and how they were going to be treated, but for them it's like, we've been tricked, we're locked in here now. I guess we need to take control of our own destiny if we're going to be prisoners.
All this pain to be the main character. Yeah, kind of, right? Well, thank you, Sir Spork. Appreciate that. Feel free to drop in again. Let's see.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem, dude. Let's get somebody else in. Let's see. This is T-Joint. How's it going, T-Joint? What's up, dude?
Hello, I'm real good. How are you?
Doing good. One or two sentences. What did you think of the book? Maybe give us like your favorite or least favorite story if you had one. What did you think?
So I did like the book, even though I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to anybody. So that's good. I read that first story and that really fucked me up. I didn't sleep that night. No
Really?
joke. That one really started the book with a bang. However, oddly, after I got over that like initial trauma, I missed it.
Oh,
I longed for how well that was put together.
interesting.
And it was so weird that I wanted that intensity again, and it just didn't come back.
So would you say Guts was your favorite story?
Ooh, Mrs. T Joint's laughing at me right now. I'm gonna say it's at least a close to. The one that's kind of sticking with me the most is Immigration.
Which was that? That was the last story, right?
Yeah, that was the Rapture one.
Got you.
That one was really good.
Enough, that was the only implausible one of the entire collection. That's the only one that was like purely sci-fi.
Yeah, some of the stories, like I think also was it Miss Sneezy's story, where that kind of borders on like a little bit of science fiction, you know, like it kind of some of the stories kind of drift in and out of genres and like true crime or something. Like, that can be pretty interesting for sure. But yeah, that one definitely was like, this is full on science fiction at this point for sure, right? Well, this kind of this question for you, and I guess the larger question for everybody is that, was this book scary? Was it horror? Does it count as that? I don't know.
I'm gonna have to say no, even though it did evoke horror and reactions. But no, I wouldn't classify it as horror. I had a tough time wrapping my brain around what this was, because I'm used to reading like a narrative fiction horror story where there's a protagonist and they have to do something to overcome the evil. And there's no morality in these stories. Chuck doesn't tell you what should be done. He has a lot of things to say about what you shouldn't do, and he has a lot of parts of society that he likes to pick apart, but he doesn't offer an alternative. So I think he's just like the edgy kid in the back of the classroom throwing spunk at the chalkboard and not really contributing.
I definitely agree with the word edgy. Definitely some edginess here for Chuck. I guess this is my only Chuck Palahniuk book. Are all of his? Does anybody know? Are all of his books like this?
So to that point, the only other Chuck media I'm exposed to is Fight Club, and it fits completely in line with that, because one of the problems, I love his writing style, but his writing themes are so fraught with sexual violence or injuring yourself while masturbating or some sort of sexual inequity, even if the story didn't require it. Like, even in Nightmare Box, didn't have to include any sexual violence whatsoever, but he did have to mention a 15-year-old's tits.
Yeah.
Like he has to do that, and I really don't think it added to some of the stories.
Maybe it's like a Garrett. Maybe it's like do you guys ever hear in like horror movies how there's a certain musical note or like a violin sound that will get people on edge, and like something about it activates the brain and like triggers like some kind of fear response in the human brain? Is this Chuck Palahniuk's way of like making his reader uncomfortable? Like doing this shit is to like get you off your create unease, get you out of your comfort zone, and like that's why he does that, just for the sake of doing that.
I kind of struggled with that because like I feel like Chuck is like a really strong writer, and that these things aren't being done as like a cheap trick. Because and there were several places that like those topics I felt like were the more kind of sexual and like interpersonal topics were written like really intelligently. It's hard for me to imagine that it would be like just for like shock value in other settings. It's hard to argue with how it comes across when you read it though. So I'm kind of like stuck between those minds.
Should you read his books? You love some good horror. Well, I think what we're saying right now is that it's kind of hard to quantify this as horror. And there are moments that like are kind of like that, but really the genre is kind of all over the place. And it's really hard to pin down. I think most of us probably say it's not really horror. Most of us probably say probably not. There's just definitely some moments that edgelorder. I'm not sure exactly. Like you felt it was 100% shock value. I don't know if you're looking for like a more traditional horror ghost story sort of thing. I don't think Chuck Palahniuk's really that for it's shock fiction. Yeah, like maybe that's closer to it. I mean, like I don't really see the value in like it must be this genre. I think just every single story kind of the genres change almost all the time, right?
He's an absurdist.
Yeah. I think that's pretty fair too.
To answer your initial question real quick, I don't think I have a least favorite story that I could name because my least favorite stories were just the boring ones.
Yeah.
I can't even remember them.
I would say that probably my least favorite story, I think, was Miss America. I think was the news reporter room. Like I remember I was going through the story. I was going through chapters again to kind of remember what was which chapter, so I could get all the characters straight, what happened to everyone. And I looked at that one and I said, I cannot remember a single thing. What the hell happened in this chapter? Like, what was that? I had to like, what? That's what it was about? Like, it's almost like I had never read it at all. I have no idea. That one was so hard to follow. I almost feel like maybe did she exist just for the larger plot because she had more impact on the larger story because was she the one where they eat her butt? Was it her? Or was it somebody else? I forget. So
I forget.
So later on they start. Oh, it wasn't her. Oh, they eat her baby.
No,
okay.
It wasn't her. No.
Oh, Miss America was the pregnant one.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah, they ate Snarky's butt. Thanks, chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they ate Comrade Snarky's butt. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much for weighing in.
All right, thank you, Barb.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, T-Joint. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and let's get somebody else in. Overall, let's see. Welcome on in. The Real Codus. What's up, Real Codus? Tell us in one or two sentences. What did you think of the book? Favorite stories, least favorite story. What do you got for us?
Yeah, overall, I really liked it. I think it was a fun read, but to answer the question, my favorite story was Guts. Fucked up as that is. I liked Guts, and I thought it was preparing the book for something that was so much more. It started out as this disgusting, gritty, like, oh my god, he had to chew through his own intestines. That's disgusting. And then it's like, all right, cool. By the way, this person gives foot massages, and she kills a guy. It's like, really? That's the direction we're going. Okay, that's not as fun. So kind of in the same realm. My least favorite story was that story where she was this amazing foot massage person who could bring a guy to masturbation by massaging his foot. And then they killed the guy at the end, and oh no, the mafia is on the way, and so bad things are gonna happen. I felt like it was just a major letdown.
I'm actually loving talking about this book because I keep seeing like the what, huh? In Twitch chat as we talk about this, because it's like it's just so absurd. It's so like every single sentence is just like
Yep. Oh, I'm watching chat and I'm enjoying it as much. Yeah, and I just it definitely feels like it was just this amazing climax that happened in the first like 20 pages of the book.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a letdown. I really enjoyed the book. I will say I felt like the interconnected story was just not as good, but it was a fun read. Yeah.
So maybe this is a good time, like, so we kind of set up the premise. We kind of, with chat kind of knows, like, I'm trying to explain the book as we go through for people who didn't necessarily read it. So the very first story, if you've never read it, it's Guts. That's the one we all keep referencing. It's the very first story in the book. And I feel like it seems like it made a strong impression. I couldn't tell you exactly how I felt about it, because I don't even know, after reading it, I still don't know how I felt about it. I don't really know, but it definitely made me feel something. I don't know what, but it probably is the book that it probably is the short story in it that made me feel the most. Anyway, the story is about, I think it was originally published in I actually have a better idea. Dan, why don't you tell us what the story was about?
So it's basically, Guts was a collection of like 2 or 3 different anecdotes around masturbation and like the escalating desire for somebody to find like new and creative ways. And the cherry on top is a guy sitting at the bottom of the pool letting his butt get sucked while he's masturbating, and then he gets prolapsed anus and tries to swim to the top, and it's slowly pulling out his insides, and it describes in detail how this person has to free themselves.
Yeah, so it's basically like these people, like I guess these young men are continually chasing this like high of like better sexual experiences. So the first, and Twitch, if you're out there, if you're thinking like we have to ban this channel, it's from the book. It's literature. Listen, this is a famous writer. We're talking about the book. Do not ban my channel. It's from the book, okay? It's from it.
I thought this was to bring culture onto Twitch, and now we're talking about sticking a carrot up somebody's dick.
Right. I think it was like the first thing they try. The first thing that they talk about, I think, was the carrot. Like basically, he tries to use a carrot to masturbate himself, and I think he forgets about it in his room, or it doesn't work, and then does his mom find it or something? His mom finds
it, puts it under his mattress, and
his mom finds it, and it's like this unspoken thing, like they can't talk about it, but they know, like it's like a stinky ass lubed up carrot or something, right? That's the first one. And was it like the same person, or was it a different person for the second story? How big was the carrot? It's 3 different people. Okay. And apparently these are all real stories. The second one was about like rod insertion for masturbation, and this guy tries to use candle wax to do it, or wax or something, and when he does it, it like gets stuck in there and it seizes up, and he can't like stand or move, and he has to go to the hospital to get it fixed or whatever. So that's like a whole thing. I think it's like, doesn't it like ruin his career? Like he can't become a lawyer because they spend all of his college money on getting it fixed. So it's like it ruins his life as he does that. The third story is about a guy, as we said, who I think it starts off, he holds his breath under the pool, and then he jerks it, and then he tries to like eat it or something like that. It's like fucked up. And then he sticks his butt to the suction in the pool, and that's where it sucks out his innards. So he's drowning with his ass out, and so the only way to escape is he chews through his own ass basically to get out, and like that's how he survives. Now like it makes basically his colon is shorter, and I guess this is implied to basically be gut free, right? This is Saint Gut Free, because he has the same, right?
He's got
this
like
is him.
2 feet of small intestines, and he's scrawny because he can't process food, and
he like can't eat meat and that sort of thing.
It always comes back to him in the story not being able to eat meat. Like when he's getting rid of the food in the theater, he goes for the food that he wouldn't be able to eat.
Yeah. Oh, is anybody hungry, by the way? What are you guys having for dinner? Anybody? Oh, right. So also, I've neglected to mention this, because he was jerking off in the pool. Apparently, his sister ends up pregnant.
That part confused me, because there would have been like blood and shit in the pool. So did she get in, or was it like? Did this happen previous? That part confused the hell out of me because like you don't go into your backyard when you see your brother like crawling on hands and knees, blood coming out of his anus, and being like, I could go for a swim right now. Like that really confused me.
This is where like you kind of feel like it almost feel I feel like it's like the edgiest like freshman in high school wrote this. It's like, my God, man, like what the fuck. So anyway, that's Saint Gutfrey story, and I guess I don't know if this was written first or not, but that was the one that appeared in Playboy originally, and apparently it is. I don't know how much of it is true, but apparently it is based off of something that actually happened, and he had an interview with this guy it actually happened to. Who I don't know where the line of reality and not is. It happened.
It has happened. I looked up. I looked up like statistics. It does happen, which is really fucked up.
Well, guys, you know what? Let this be a warning. Don't stay away from your pools, guys. Real Codus, thank you for joining us.
Hey, you got it.
Feel free to weigh in again sometime.
Glad I got to talk about this part of it.
Welcome. You're welcome. All right, what's up, Skeletor? How are you? Welcome on in.
What's up, Barb? How's it going?
Going good. Let me turn your volume up here. So, what did you think of either? We're talking about Guts right now. What did you think of Guts, or what did you think about the book as a whole? Or let us know. What's up?
I mean, like Guts, like when I first read it, it was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do with this book? Am I actually gonna finish it and read it? But it was written so well that I was like, I really want to keep going, right? So, and the book never, and I think it's kind of been said again, the book never reaches the level of Guts, like throughout the rest, right? But the story after it, I thought was hilarious. And I know a lot of people said they didn't like it, but Footjob I thought was fucking hilarious. I thought it was really funny. I thought the book it's not horror, it kind of sits on a satire, right? It's there's like this, it's kind of making fun of itself, I feel like, throughout when reading it.
I agree that there's definitely times where it's like, how much of this do I take seriously, right?
Right. Yeah. Like the foot job thing is like clearly it's completely a joke, right? Like, or the bag lady story, like where it's the rich people dressing up as homeless people and shit and just doing fucked up shit. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of satire, but overall, I felt like the book started off very juvenile with like all of this masturbation and like the first Whittier story where like he's an old guy but he's actually 13 years old and he's like banging all of these old women and like or banging all these hot women or whatever and like telling them, oh well, you just banged a minor so you have to pay me like all this money so I don't like get you for statutory rape, right? Like all of this shit is just, it's like, it's one of those stories that's just wild, right?
It's like the evil Benjamin Button, right?
Right, yeah, the evil Benjamin Button, right? Yeah, it's, and like, oh, go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say evil Andy Milonakis.
Yeah, the whole book is just wild, and I'm still processing it. I just finished it on Monday, so like it's still kind of fresh. But because there's so many characters, it's hard to remember who everybody is, and I've been having to go back and be like, wait, who are these people? Like Reverend Godless, I don't remember his story. I know that name, but I don't remember what he,
That was one of the stories going back, right? I had to like look at that one again.
Yeah.
Like to that point, we don't know who the narrator is. Like it's a person who's involved, but that's like our point of view is somebody that's there but doesn't have a story, isn't referred to. It's just like a silent, or not silent, just like a they talk about how many people are there, but I don't even think we get a story for every person that's there when they say there's like 17 people. I don't know that there's it feels like there's unnamed people in this thing that's happening.
Did we get a story from every character that was named? I think we did, right? Did we?
I don't know. I think you might be right, Dan. I don't
think there are enough named characters to fill the amount of people that we're told are there.
Oh, okay.
I think all the named characters we got stories for.
The guy who got the blowjob in the army and chopped off the heads of those women. No, I don't think so. I've you know, a lot of us begun to blend together in my mind at this point. You know, and all of that, the one I think I remember the most is probably Guts. Honestly, it's probably the story that I'm probably gonna remember forever, right?
Right. I think Guts is definitely up there.
So yeah,
and the way it's written, it's like it's hard to tell how much is like this is how the author wants you to view the person that's writing the short story, and how much is it just like the author trying to be like edgy.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. It's weird. Like it's such a unique book that like it's hard to say. I don't think I can answer that question. It's probably somewhere in between.
Oh, well, thank you, Skeletor. Appreciate you weighing in, man.
Yeah, man.
So the next story after Guts is the one, you know, I have my notes here for the stories. So what I wrote down next to Mother Nature story, which is the second story, I think every chapter is punctuated by like the larger narrative. Like there's like a little short section that tells you what's going on in like the place. And then there's also a poem. I guess another question would be like, what did you think of the poems between the chapters too? Because we haven't really said anything about those. Like, what did we think of those? Dan, what did you think of the poems?
In general, I liked and appreciated the poems. I felt like they served a good purpose and didn't like take up much space. Once I kind of understood what the poems were and that they were all kind of the same format, telling the same kind of story with the poems feel like how other people see the people, and then the short story is from the person that the poem is about. And so there was kind of an interesting kind of like insight to the characters through the poems, but they also just kind of feel like they're there because there needs to be something in between this narrative and these short stories. So
yeah, there was sometimes there would be an insight on the characters, but I almost feel like they're a little redundant sometimes, or even like spoiling or telling you how things were going to go or something. I don't know, but I feel like I tried to stick with those and be engaged by those, but later on I think I kind of, my eyes were glossing over more often than not at the poems. So I mean,
like somebody in chat said, I don't remember any of the poems.
Yeah,
so
I really don't. I do remember the stories, but
yeah.
not the poems for sure.
Yeah.
So the next story after Guts is Mother Nature story, and I have notes next to every character so I can remember what story was. So I wrote down next to Mother Nature, foot job assassin. Is what those are my notes for. So Mother Nature is essentially like the story goes, is she is a woman who learned like massage and like how to do like healing, holistic healing. She could like massage your feet, like massage your body, like fix people up. And in college, what the fuck did you guys read? So I guess like her in college, her and her friend would like wash like homeless people's feet for free, and they would like try to help people and do everything they can to be like good people, right? So one day on the street, she runs into her friend who's now apparently like super rich and successful, and her friend invites her to come work with her to make like $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever, right? So they use their foot massage skills to basically bring men to orgasm, like insane orgasms that they couldn't stand up from. Lentil was her previous name. So they use this foot massage power to bring men to like insano orgasms, right? I think like, and I don't remember exactly how it happens because it's a pretty short story. It was a while ago. Her friend is her friend paid to kill somebody with her foot massage skills? Like basically she's skillful enough, she kills a man. So she's like an assassin with her foot skills because she's so skillful. They have so much knowledge. She kills her, is that what she kills her pimp? And then like the Russian mafia is out for her or something. Like they're out for her. I don't really think like why. I think, what the fuck am I reading? Like what the hell is this? Like right after Guts, what anime is this? And that was definitely like a hard, after Guts, that was definitely a hard turn in another direction, like tonally for me. What is this book? Talk about her skills. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
I definitely feel like it was, at least in part, the author's way of saying Guts is not the entire book. Because I think there are a lot of stories that could have come next that would have been like, I don't know. It's just like, this is going to be everything's going to just be really fucking different. And it's like, what better way to do that than have a foot job assassin after Guts? But.
what the fuck did you have everyone read? I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, man. All right, let's see. We got, we're going to invite somebody to speak here. What's up, Black Tank? How are you this evening?
Hey, Barber Chat, what's up?
How's it going, dude? What did you think about Mother Nature, or what the book overall? What did you think? What are your thoughts?
I very much enjoyed the book. I feel like horror, much like comedy, sort of benefits from brevity. So the short stories I feel like were a bit more impactful than the overarching plot. But I did very much enjoy it.
Yeah, I would agree that I definitely agree that the short stories were more effective to me than the overall plot. I have no doubt about that. Did you have like a favorite story or like a least favorite story, or what did you think about Foot Job Assassin?
Honestly, Exodus, with the dolls in the police precinct or whatever, I thought that was really impactful. I found myself like the most engaged and feeling the most horror I did from the whole book, because you know this injustice is happening all around Cora, and like nobody sees it, nobody acknowledges it. She's told to go along to get along, and that made it feel really lonely and really outcast, and she's the only one seeing the right and everyone thinks it's wrong. So I felt like that was pretty horrific in my opinion.
Was another really hard one to read for sure. And
yeah,
I don't know how to feel about that one also. I think one thing I'd say in favor of this book is it's definitely thought provoking for me. And like I question, like, how do I feel about this? What did I just read? Like, what is this? So I guess I
think that's also like that's a really good indicator of like how true to life some of these stories are, because like they're probably like a little different, a little exaggerated here and there, but it makes them more interesting to read because they're immensely believable. Even like the really fucked up ones are like really believable.
Yeah, you hear stories about corrupt police officers and stuff like that all the time. So this is just like a specific kind of putting a name to that, and you putting someone like, what if you're in those shoes? How do you go along at this? You know?
Yeah, that one's a bit later. We'll cover that one as we go. We have a lot of chapters to get through. But hey, thank you so much, Black Tank. Appreciate that.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. So now the next story, I'm gonna need help with this one, because this story I feel like left my note here is that my notes here for this one for Miss America story is that it left absolutely zero impression on me, and I have no idea really what happened in it. Because maybe somebody can weigh in, maybe Dan knows, maybe somebody else can help with what the hell happened in that story. I read it and nothing survived.
The Miss America character had like a workout gimmick, and she was like touring around local news stations trying to like sell her like ring to make you fit or something. Rather, Nintendo, please don't sue. And the story is just like about her in the green room, and like some terrible thing happens. So you can tell how much I remember of it. Some terrible thing happens, so they're like bumping segments, and there's a guy in the green room with her, kind of like telling her how, like showing her the ropes and telling her all this stuff, and it's very much just like
maybe I was like blind to it, because after Foot Job Assassin and Guts, like with this story, it was just like so I didn't know what I was reading. Like what is going on after these past two stories? Like what is this? And you know, it makes me think, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is that like, why does every person at this writer's retreat have to be like a fucked up person? Like maybe she's just a normal person who wants to write a story, right? Because I've been to writers retreats before. I've been to writers groups, and there'd be like mystery, like this person's writing a thriller, a mystery, and then there'd be like this one person who's writing, and this was sometimes me, like they're writing like a fantasy about dragons or something, and then they'd go, this guy's writing horror. So like maybe she just wants to write like a normal, like, I don't know, like Sophie Kinsella book, right? Just wants to write a normal book about something. I don't know, but it just felt really strange compared to what surrounded it, right? And I don't know, maybe that's why it made no impact. So yeah, if anybody else has anything they want to say about the Miss America story, I don't even know what else to say about it. Let's go invite Archivist Owl. I think we all remember his voice from last time. I feel like I should just stop talking and let him speak. How's it going, Archivist Owl?
Oh, Barb, you're too kind as always.
How are you, dude?
Okay. It's going fine. Not the biggest fan of the book, I will say.
Okay.
I had quite a few problems with it. overall, I feel that my main problem with it was the overarching story. I think that it felt a lot like very forced. It seemed like Chuck wanted to go with more of an anthology, and last moment they were like, might as well make it a book and somehow connect those, and it just didn't work for me. The poems were also very hit and miss. And I will agree with the others that said that maybe 1/3 of the stories were fine.
Mm-hmm.
Most others, I will say, other than Guts, which is by all means a decent like introduction to the book, the only other one that I really particularly enjoyed was Exodus.
Mm-hmm. The first and the last stories.
Yeah.
So everything in
and
between
the one,
that.
Yeah. The one that I don't think that I've heard anyone talk about so far, the one that I liked the least was, I think it was Countess Forsyth's story, the Marilyn Monroe one.
Oh, God.
The problem that I had with it, it was specifically that one, and the one with the guy from in the army. I don't remember. I don't even remember.
That was Reverend Godless, right?
Yeah, Reverend Godless.
Mm-hmm.
Punch Drunk. Yes. They made no sense. And my main problem with the narrative of it all is the idea that you have supposedly 19 different people, 19 different authors, but they all write the exact same way, they all speak the same way, while they are supposed to be successful in their own mediums, which by all means I get having same themes, but other than that, it did not feel like these were actual people sharing actual stories.
Yeah.
It felt like someone writing different stories, and that's why I feel like it would have served much better as an anthology.
You know, I agree with you. One of the questions I was going to ask tonight for everybody is like, what did you think of the way the book was written? And I think that Chuck Palahniuk, his voice, he has a writer's voice, whether you like him or not. He's one of those writers where if you just were reading, like if you were blindly reading a passage from a book and you did not know who had written it, like, could you guess who that writer was? And I feel like if you know who Chuck Palahniuk is and how he writes, we could all pick him out because he has like, you just know his voice immediately, right? Like his writer's voice, that is, like the way he writes, his subject, his mannerisms, that sort of thing. And I definitely agree with you that all of the characters kind of have, while there are some differences there, I definitely feel like they were all written by the same person, and they do not feel like 20 different people. It feels like one person writing in slightly different ways each time. And I think that was definitely like a detriment to like immersion to the story, and probably one of the things that sabotaged the overall narrative, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Overall, when it comes to whether I would call this horror, I would say that this is the equivalent of a Final Destination movie.
Hey, I like those movies. Back off, man.
By all means, they're good movies, but you would not call them horror. I saw some people drawing comparisons to Saw as well.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see that, but Final Destination is, in my opinion, a more succinct example of what you can compare it to, because it is just about the shock factor for most of them. And again, I just don't feel like it strikes true most of the time, and it does really fall through in some stories.
Yeah, there's some element of gore porn and shock factor.
Yeah,
and yeah, there's definitely some elements of that for sure, right? But anyway, Archivist Owl, hey, thanks so much. Feel free to drop in again. I think they want to hear more from you than they want to hear from me at this point.
Oh, stop! You're fine.
All right, so. One of the other things that's brought up a lot is the Villa Diodati. Dan, have you ever heard about that? I've never heard of that about that until this.
Like, reading it, it reminded me that I had heard about it before, but it's one of those things. It's like, am I thinking I've heard about it before because I heard about it just now, or did I actually hear about it before? And I found myself thinking, is this actually real, or is this the author telling a fake story about a real life event?
Mm-hmm. So
and I don't know. I didn't go and research it.
I didn't research it either. Is it a real thing that happened? So essentially, the Villa Diodati was a bunch of, it's real. So apparently, a bunch of writers in the 1800s got together and they were like locked up in a house or something like that, and they would try to scare each other, telling increasingly scary stories. And I guess, is that where we got Frankenstein and some other stories? Is where we got these? And
so they were supposed to just be on like summer holiday, and it like rained a bunch, so they were just stuck inside, and they were like telling each other scary stories or reading scary stories. And then it was like Lord Byron was like, we could do better than this.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, and then there was the precursor to Dracula.
Yeah, and Chuck, he like brings that up a lot. I think there's definitely like trying to draw a comparison here of people locked up in this house trying to tell various stories, but I don't know if that really like struck true to me either. When I was like, okay, you're referencing this thing. I don't know if that's really what's happening here, but it's definitely something that he's trying to evoke repeatedly with the short story format, characters bouncing them off of one another. I don't know if that ever really. I don't know if that connection ever really fired for me. Like, I get he references it, but I don't know if it really created the connection there at all for me at all. So
yeah, I almost read those as just like part of these people's delusion to think that like this random dude who ate through his intestine is going to write the next Frankenstein just because he took 3 months off work.
When did they ever decide they were going to do what they were going to do too? Like, it wasn't before they left. Was it when they got there or something? Like.
When they decided what?
When they decided that they were not even going to try to write the stories that Whittier told them to, that they were just going to like sabotage the whole thing. Like, when was that decision even made?
It was pretty quickly in, like, once they kind of realized that they weren't at some like resort, that they were locked in here and they couldn't get out, and all they had was freeze-dried food. And that, I definitely feel like there's like an unreliable narrative here, or like an unreliable narrator where like, I don't know how much was like them imagining what was going to happen versus like what Whittier told them was going to happen. And so like, it might have been self-sabotaging all along, but it was pretty quick. I don't remember if there was like an actual like event in the meta narrative that prompted them to turn.
Yeah. What's up? You wanted to say something about this particular topic? Hollow Heed, welcome on in. How are you?
Hey, Barb. Hey, Dan. What's going on? Super cool to be here. I just read the book, finished it like an hour ago.
Oh, so it's fresh in your mind.
Audiobook. Yeah, super fresh. First of all, it's terrible to go after Archivist Owl because that guy is so cool.
Anyway. We all sound like donkeys after him, like yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I wanted to kind of point out to what you guys are talking about, like how none of them sound like writers at all. I think that was kind of the point. All these people are super crappy people. They're all like running away from something, and they're just miserable people. And I don't think any of them are supposed to be writers. They see this writer retreat and they say, "Oh yeah, sure, this is a way for me to escape for 3 months." And then, once they kind of all realize none of them are writers, they're like, "Oh well, maybe I'll get a story out of this and become famous." So, all the stories that you hear from them is all misery and crap, just because they're just consciousness. It's just like their individual consciousness speaking freely instead of actually being a writer.
So this is just like a get-rich-quick scheme for people who aren't even writers. Then is that what it is?
Yeah. And then on top of that, Whittier is also a terrible person, and he's also doing this maliciously anyway. So it's like it's just a circus of fools.
I think it's multi-level too, because like all of the characters are definitely not writers and not supposed to like Whittier wasn't actually like recruiting writers.
Yeah.
But to the other point, the stories are kind of all written. They all feel like Chuck. They don't feel like they're from 20 unique perspectives. So I think that's like we've kind of hit on two different topics there. But
yeah, for sure. I mean, I was definitely confused for most of it. If anything, reading a Wikipedia article helped me understand each of the characters. Speaking of, I don't even know how Tess Clark died. Somehow she died, and I was like, wait, when was that?
Yeah,
But
I wasn't
who?
entirely sure on that either, honestly. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
The guy got his dick chopped off, and then suddenly Tess was dead, and I was like, sure, okay.
You know, but for not being writers, they are very writerly, and they seem to go out of their way to create these stories and but they put some effort into them, right? So there is, I feel like maybe it's more correct to say they're disillusioned writers, or they're writers who are trying to like make money and like, I don't know, because I think what there's a line or something that says like there's no point trying to write a story because it's just better to come up with your actual suffering. Like it's just not enough to write a good story anymore, right? So that's why they're like sacrificing everything.
All of their stories are kind of exactly what they're doing in the narrative as well. Is like they're all about their own personal, like the worst possible story they could tell about themselves, and then they're creating the worst possible reality they could live in, because like that's the only thing in their mind that could be worthy of, that would get people's attention or something.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely, I've kind of breezed through it just to try to get it done before book club, because I heard a bunch of people weren't reading it, and I was like, okay, that piques my curiosity.
Yeah, I think some people maybe got a little whiff of it, and they were like, fuck no. Probably Guts was the Guts is like the you must be this tall to write, I guess, of this book. I don't know.
I have another strange anecdote. This is going to call me out for being a super nerd, but I just binged through Doctor Who, and there was like probably 5 of these stories that like were kind of translated into Doctor Who, in a really weird way. Not like not nothing like Guts, but like Exodus or.
Was Doctor Who in a swimming pool by any chance, or?
One time, I think maybe. Yeah, super weird.
What
it's
a
just
nerd.
Like, yeah, even the Mary Shelley thing, like the Viodita Dottie, I can't pronounce anything in French. That was like also a theme in there. So like when they said it in the book, I'm like, wait, what the hell? Super strange.
Yeah, I've never seen Doctor Who, but it's cool that they were able to like resonate with you in something else you were watching or listening to. That's pretty cool. We got the sounding episode of Doctor Who. Yeah, that was one hell of an episode. Well, thank you very much, Hollow Heat. I appreciate you dropping in.
Yep.
I will say the next short story in the list I really enjoyed. It, like, I don't know if it just like felt real or if it was just like written well, but the slumming.
Yeah, so I'm trying to I want to keep the story so chat's kind of aware of what stories we're talking about. The next one's by Bag Lady. And the story of Bag Lady is that she's like this her and her husband are these super rich, like billionaires, and they're kind of disillusioned with the role of being a millionaire. Like they're tired of going to all these benefits. They're tired of going to all these parties and soirees. So as they're leaving a party one night, they see some of their rich friends and they're on the street and they're like waiting at a bus or something like that. They're waiting at like a bus stop and they're like having sex or something with each other, and they're like completely covered in like they're covered in shit and they're wearing gross clothing. They're basically like cosplaying as poor homeless people on the street, like filthy. And they're saying that it's the only way for them to like escape their lives of being rich. So basically like it becomes like a little fad for them in their super rich community, that the way for them to avoid it is to basically like cosplay as homeless people. So they basically leave behind their super rich life and they start living on the streets, like collecting cans, like picking through rags, cardboard boxes, that sort of thing, right? It's like some kind of weird fetish thing, right?
What I mean, and this just has to do with kind of where I was raised and stuff. To me, it was like the when people like go to Africa and build a well or something, where it's like missionary, tourism, like poverty tourism is what I'm trying to say. Like that's what was like, I was immediately like, people basically just do this. Like they go through great efforts to go like live in a slum, and like the goals are different there, but it was very like this is just like,
I guess you can almost sympathize with like ultra rich or something if they're like desperate for anonymity. Like and they're just trying to like escape or get away, and this is their only escape they can possibly get. But it comes back to bite them anyway, because I believe is it their friends are murdered because their friends that are on the street are murdered because apparently they like witnessed a crime or something. So now the homeless in the city are being systematically murdered because they're trying to kill any witnesses that might have seen what's happened. So they basically they have to hide from they can't do the kind of poor tourism anymore, the super rich people, and they have to hide out because they're being all right, that's what it is. Like a car pulls up and a naked girl like runs out of the car and she's like, help, please help me, please help. And they drag her back in. And then now they're systematically hunting down the homeless, and now they can't do that anymore. And now they're like they're sad that they can't do it anymore. I think it's kind of how the story ends. So you really like that one, Dan? You like the story?
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those ones that like it just felt real. Like nothing about it felt like there was enough details there. It's like, oh yeah, you gotta go stay at the Sheraton so that you can like have a place to then change. And you're not going to sleep at the Sheraton, of course, but you're going to go change and be poor. And they had like calendar books of like, well, this week on Wednesday we've got to go meet them under the bridge, and then on Tuesday night we're gonna go change our can.
Thursday at 7 we're looking through rags. It's like
yeah, and it was just like it was rich people planning their social calendar around like being poor and homeless, and it was just like, yeah, like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I've heard weirder things.
Yeah. The Musnik, what's up, dude? How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going pretty good. Yeah.
So what did you think about this story or the book as a whole? Or we were talking about the bag lady story, but if you want to talk about a different story, that's fine too.
Well, I'd forgotten about the bag lady story until you guys brought it up again. I went through a period where I wasn't sure if I was going to finish this book. Actually, it just.
I don't blame you at all.
It had a hard time. I had a hard time holding my attention at certain points, and with the slumming story was kind of, I guess, kind of like what Dan said. It felt very real. But the one that did stand out to me the most was that final story about, like, I guess the end of humanity. I thought that was like really kind of just super dark, very depressing. And then, it turns out like that one girl, she gets out of the car while her family's, they're doing the carbon monoxide thing in the garage, and she's like, well, I'm not gonna do this, and gets up and leaves. And then, it turns out she's pregnant with their neighbor's. The neighbor was like, I guess, having sex with her, and I remember they had like a big discussion about like how pissed off would these guys be if we resurrected the human race or whatever it was.
Yeah, I think what we could say maybe is that between Guts and the final story, it seems like it both enters with a bang and like it left a strong impression on the final story. So it's kind of bookended with two very strong stories. I also enjoyed the last story too. That's obviously like a ways from now, but I also really liked that one. Now all the stuff in between though, that's a little bit more questionable, right?
It's more of a mixed bag.
Yeah, for sure.
My least favorite story was, I don't really know how I can properly, I guess, describe this without like worried about breaking TOS with like this, but
I mean, I feel like I've already said the worst you could possibly say about this, right? And
oh no, I guess maybe it resonates more with me because I've actually experienced this type of treatment. Is that person who showed up at that I guess in the back of the bookstore, they had all those wives were talking about complaining about like men basically. And this new person shows up and they all believe that because she has like really nice breasts and like really pretty and all that I guess they assume that it's a trans person, and they refuse to properly address her gender, and it ends with her being physically assaulted.
That was a Speaking Bitterness, right? I think that was a bit later. Yeah, that was was that your favorite story, or was it the final story?
Absolutely not. That was my least favorite. I hated it, but it's because I've experienced that type of treatment myself.
Gotcha.
And so it was a bit too raw for me. But like, they basically are like holding her down on the table. She's begging for them to stop, and they're just, just doing these disgusting, horrible things to her. And I guess it was just, it was too raw for me. And so, that was kind of the one where I after I read that story, I was just like, I'm gonna put this down for a little bit.
Yeah, well, I can't blame you. And there's definitely stories like that. That's what I said earlier, is that I feel like this book kind of has tonal whiplash from one to another, from like gross factor to like comedy to what the hell did I just read to like, wow, this is horrible. You know, like definitely a lot of whiplash from tone to tone. And I guess depending on like, you know, who you are or what you've read, you probably have different reactions to different stories, right? But you can definitely see not enjoying that story very much. Although it'd definitely be tough to read for sure.
Yeah, I remember I was actually driving back from the doctor's office when I listened to the audiobook, which, you know, if you guys are into audiobooks, absolutely recommend it. They actually did something kind of interesting with this, where they had different readers for the different stories. So like when Bag Lady was like, when they were going through her story, it was a female that was reading that story. The narrator was the same, consistent throughout, but they had like different people coming in for the different characters, and it kind of made it easier to follow like what was going on. Yeah,
having different speakers for each story probably would help differentiate, you know, just like the different characters' voices and different stories and stuff. That would be pretty neat for sure. You did the audio. How was the audiobook overall? Was that decent?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was, you know, if you've listened to one audiobook, you can say you've listened to them all. Like right now I'm going through Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Okay.
And,
something a little lighter after this book, right? Just a bit.
It's also, that's one of my favorite books, though. I have the entire Douglas Adams collection on like a physical book.
Gotcha. Maybe next book club will have something a little bit lighter than this one. I don't know. I'll try to look for something maybe. But hey, thank you, Musnik, for jumping in. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
I feel like fantasy is gonna win the next book club regardless. After it's gotten like it's lost the first two.
Yeah, maybe we'll see, right? Didn't horror only win by 1 vote this time too?
Yeah.
Like some people were regretting that horror choice. I don't know if horror is ever gonna win ever again after this one. I'm not sure. The next story after Bag Lady. This story I actually really enjoyed. I thought this is one of the stories where I was like, man, this is really cool because you just kind of knew something was happening. The next story is the Earl of Slander. And I don't know how many of you, what the general reactions were to the Earl of Slander. So basically there's this guy who's he's working for a newspaper, and he's going around doing interviews, and he's looking for like his next big story. You hated this one. I enjoyed this story. I enjoyed it. He's looking for like the next big story. He's looking for like he wants to write something. So he finds this old child star who he used to be in like the, you know, like the 70s or whatever. He was like a star on TV. He played this like young character, like, you know, I don't know, like what, Doogie Howser or something like that. And now he's not an actor anymore. Now he's a vet, and he's like a totally happy dude, living his life, taking care of dogs. He's like the nicest guy in the world. And the Earl of Slander he has this interview. He has all these interviews, and he comes back to meet with the guy again. What the vet doesn't know, who the guy who used to be the child star, is that like the Earl of Slander has no interest in anything he's saying. What he's writing, he's gonna plant a bunch of like child porn and like horrible shit on his computer and like write this like fucked up note, and he puts the gun in his mouth while he's sleeping and he kills him. He like fakes a suicide, and then he like, as a journalist, he like uncovers all of this stuff, and then he writes this big expose on the guy, like, look at how bad this guy was, and he like uncovers all this to make himself famous. And I enjoyed the story just because how, like, I don't know, it was just so fucked up, and I felt bad. I felt so bad for the vet. It's like, man, this poor nice guy. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like, man, this poor guy. I guess in the end, amusing. So I think that the Earl of Slander first meets the vet guy by bringing his dog over there, but later at the end of the story, his dog like eats an onion and dies, and he can't find a vet that helps him, which is almost kind of like comedic or something. I don't know, but like karma gets him back. But I did enjoy this story. I obviously hated the Earl of Slander, and it was awful. But it was, I don't know, it was I enjoyed that story. Weirdly, I don't know if that makes me like a monster or something like that. I definitely didn't like the Earl of Slander, but I thought it was a good story. What did you think about that one, Dan?
I forgot that story was part of this book until you started describing it, but I immediately remembered it once you did. Yeah, I mean that one to me didn't. I know there was more there that kind of filled out before we get like straight to murder.
Mm-hmm.
And it was well written, and it was easy to read. It didn't stick out to me personally.
I think like with so many like with so many stories, like we're getting one or two are definitely going to slip between the cracks for sure. Like I completely forgot everything about Miss America, right? So
yeah,
I think no matter what. What's up, Fail Snail? How are you? Good evening.
How's it going, guys?
Going good. How are you? What did you think of either the Earl of Slander or maybe another part of the book? What did you think overall?
I think overall I kind of liked it. I guess a good point of discussion here is like when you're thinking about the book itself and the individual stories, which of the stories work by themselves and which ones are kind of more of like a framing element for the book, and which ones are both kind of, some of them I feel like even the stories that I didn't necessarily like, or it seems like a lot of people don't really like, kind of work as like either like they frame something and also tell a story. Like Mother Nature's story, I guess they have like this theme that keeps coming back in this book where there's people that eventually come to kill, or someone commits murder, or like it's like this theme of like, it's in a lot of stories. Sorry, my thoughts are a little bit jumbled here, but like
Fail Snail,
a lot of stories kind of end.
Do you think when he was writing the story, like he had these stories, like I think he wrote Guts before the book existed, right? Like that existed first. Do you think as he was writing these stories, like you said that there were support stories that were kind of like they were there to frame the overall narrative, right? And I actually think you're kind of right. Do you think he like created those out of necessity to like frame the plot overall, and like that's why some stories were there?
Exactly. This is kind of a thought I had, like maybe he had some good ideas. You can bring it back to like making a Mario ROM hack or something where you have one or two good ideas and you don't really have enough to make an entire thing. But in the end, he needed to make an entire thing. So he had like stories that were just, on a list. You could rate them in tiers, like with how effective they are as individual stories for an anthology, or like how they would like just kind of need to be glue for like some bigger overall arcing story.
I wonder if we
So,
could
like,
guess which stories, like if we've picked out the weaker ones, we could say like this was probably a story he created afterwards and it's like a weaker story that he made just for the overall plot. Like maybe we could choose and like figure out which ones were which, right? I don't know, but that would be definitely interesting to guess. I don't know if he would ever admit to that or tell you which ones were which or not. Maybe he would say it wasn't written that way at all. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting to think about.
And I think I kind of like the ones that served more, like they worked on their own, and the ones that also worked as like a framing piece. Like I guess a really hard, quick cut for me would be the Nightmare Box. I think some people in chat also like that, because we're also talking about like what is horror, or like what genre is this book. And that short story kind of felt like something you might find in like a little short, like even if it's like not necessarily like the wittiest story or doesn't have like the best twist, like maybe you'd find it like in an adolescent horror story anthology. Just kind of has like a quick actual horror cut. And then it also kind of framed the story of Mrs. Clark's daughter, Cassandra. And I felt like I kind of liked I liked that story the most, but I also kind of liked, one of the elements I liked of the books was that character as a whole, like following that character along. I felt like that was one of the more interesting characters in the book.
She kind of gets the most, Mrs. Clark and her daughter, they kind of get like the most screen time out of anybody, right? Do you think she has like 4 stories basically all connect for the Nightmare Box, right? And Tess Clark and like the conception of their daughter, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, and there's kind of like an interesting element there where like you see the daughter, all these, she looks in the box and, if there's some kind of like supernatural thing, or if it just kind of fries her brain, it changes her.
Yeah,
and you think like she gets all these horrible things happen to her. Like I guess she gets tortured because she attends one of the previous writing retreats, but like it seems kind of almost like the people around her suffered more from the actual the results of looking in the box, because she's happy with it. Like whatever happened to her, she's kind of like in this ignorant, blissful state, whereas her mom is suffering. She's like going insane, trying to figure out, what happened to my daughter? How do I get my daughter back?
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you very much, Fail Snail. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it. Yeah, anytime. So we're trying to keep up with all the short stories. So there's a lot of short stories in this one. So the person who's like organized this entire thing is Whittier. He's the old man who was one that invited everyone along for this and have everybody, and he's the one that organized the entire thing. The next short story is his. So in his short story, which I guess is this supposed to be like his true life? Like this is who he is, I guess. According to him, he's like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen Benjamin Button. I've never seen it, but I'm like, yeah, it's a little unclear, right? But this is just a story.
Benjamin Button is like an old man that ages backwards.
Right.
So this
right.
isn't exactly Benjamin Button.
Yeah, not exactly. He's just oh wait, wasn't there another movie? Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm thinking of a Robin Williams movie. That's it. It's not Benjamin Button. It's Jack with Robin Williams. That's right.
Yeah.
Where he's like 15 years old, but he looks 60. That's it. I saw that in high school for some fucking reason. I don't know why, but I just forgot it. Yeah, the movie Jack. Anyway, he's like a 13-year-old who looks like he's 70, 75 or something like that. And he's living in this apartment, and all these young women are like, oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. Because he's like all flirty with them, that sort of thing. So he explains to them that he's actually not 70. He's actually he's much younger, and he has this disease, and he's never had sex, and he just really wants to have sex, right? So one of the women he's been flirting with takes pity on him and like has sex with him, right? It's like, okay, like has sex with him, whatever. Then it turns out he's going to blackmail her because he's 13, not 18. And he's going to blackmail her for like statutory. He's going to like ruin this woman's life unless she like gives him money and continues to give him like sexual favors or something like that. And like, that's how the story is. Now, the thing that I kind of realized this today when I was going back and looking over the story. I know, right? I know. This is the thing I kind of realized that as I kind of feel like it echoes what Mr. Whittier is kind of doing overall with everybody, because Mr. Whittier is also playing a game with everybody, because Mr. Whittier, he supposedly dies, but he actually like fakes his death, so he's not actually dead. I feel like I'm just saying that, it makes me cringe, but he fakes his death, and this is all an exercise. He's actually done this before to try to get the writers to do something here, I guess. So he's like manipulating. So he seems like it kind of characterize him as like a super manipulator here, right? Like he's manipulating them.
Well, and part of it is like him trying to get at the meaning of life, or like the meaning of death. And like, as he's like gone through his entire life in like 13 or 14 years, part of like he's trying to put all these people through like an accelerated like 3 months, they're the hyperbolic time chamber of life to try to see what's it all for.
Well, we had Mario, why not Dragon Ball Z, I guess, right? 9,000.
But it was an old folks home, and it was like the theme kind of ties in with Bag Lady's story for me a little bit, because it's like these women are like, married, kid, doesn't have anything to do, and so volunteering at the old folks home is what makes them like feel like they're like doing something good, and it's like they're volunteer.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's how he gets them. It's because they have money, they have nothing to do, they have kids, so they can like pity him. And
I would probably classify the story as like amusing. I was amused by the story. I don't know what else to say about it. Triforce, how's it going, man?
How are you, Dan?
Oh, hang on. Let me turn you way up.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up, Triforce?
Hey, pretty good. I actually did not like the Whittier story that much.
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like he said he was doing this to these women for like years, and if he was 13 at the time, when was he starting?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
I think the book says that he did it at least like 15 times.
Yeah, and he was like 14. Yeah, it was. I don't know, that part I didn't like. I would say my favorite story was actually the doll one. It was fucked up, but kind of in the way that like made you think like how people treat objects. Like, are they you like give human personalities to them, or you treat them as human?
Yeah, what was the line? It was like we turn humans into objects and objects into humans, or something like that. Was the line from that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I really enjoyed that story also. Yeah, that was a good one. Although I also still I think with everything in this book, I don't know how I feel about it. I liked it, but I don't know how to feel about it going away from it. I don't know, like a lot of things, I guess.
yeah, a lot of it's like, yeah, again, maybe this is just Chuck's writing, but it doesn't seem like a lot of these stories happen or are rooted in real life. It's just like this almost fantasy horror.
Yeah, he kind of asks you to like take a leap of faith and just like accept some of it, like this is what's happening, and like, you know, like it completely defies what we know the real world would actually be like, but it's like, this is what's in the book, like you just have to accept it.
You just have to accept it, and like every other story is slightly different. And you mentioned the poems briefly earlier, and I have to say that judging by how much we talk about the poems in this book club, it's about how much we like them, because they're almost not like they're forgettable, and I honestly think it would have been better without them.
Yeah, like they weren't necessary at all.
Exactly.
Because they kind of prime the pump for you for the next story to like kind of get you like in the mood of what's going to happen or something like that. But I agree. I don't really think that they were necessarily like needed at all. And
no.
I remember nothing from them like at all either. Like just the poem.
Exactly. They don't leave any impression at all. At least like the Whittier story, the Bag Lady story, they have like some lasting impact for you, positive or negative. It's like the neutral stuff. Like the Green Room story is absolutely the worst one. And I would have to agree with you on that.
The Green Room, which one was that one? Oh, though that was you're talking about the Miss America story. Okay,
Miss America
right.
one, yeah. You already forgot about it again.
Yeah, I did.
One last thing I want to add about the Gut story that I kind of read in an article. The story started with the author saying, try to hold your breath throughout the whole story.
Right.
And he apparently read it at like these group gatherings, and about a dozen people over multiple readings had fainted because they actually tried to hold their breath throughout the whole story.
Well, it's like, great for marketing because like people fainted while he read this. It's like, oh my God, is it really that scary? It's like, no, because they literally tried to hold their breath for like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah.
It's like so stupid. Well, you know, I don't know. People are, what could you say about people at a reading, right?
Like a challenge.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, thank you, Triforce.
Yeah.
Thank you for your insights, dude.
Yep, thank you.
Let's see. Let's get Game Outlaw in. Let's go hit this button here. What's up, Game Outlaw? How are you, dude?
I'm good, brother. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Doing good.
So I'm gonna go against the grain a little bit. I thought this book was trash. I really did not like the book. I think that a really cool keyword that a lot of us have said is edgy. And I felt like this book, it made me feel like the author didn't have enough trust in himself to maybe write the main story, and so he peppered in these little edgy short stories. I felt like the main story of them being locked in this huge mansion and slowly descending into madness, I thought that was kind of a cool story, and that by itself I think would have been great. But yeah, I thought we just kind of sprinkled in these little edgy bits to just try and lure the reader in, kind of hook us in. Like everybody, we were talking about Guts a lot. I thought that was probably the worst, most lackluster story. It didn't really do anything other than like, oh wow, like so shocking, like oh my gosh, I'm so taken back. So to me it was kind of a gimmick. To have the whole book that was kind of peppered in with those kind of nuances, just kind of it didn't do it for me.
So I have a couple questions for you. You're not on the spot here at all, and you're absolutely allowed to not like a book. If everybody likes the book club is about like agreeing and disagreeing. Like that's the whole point. So like you're not on the spot here at all. Yeah. Do you think what do you think was written first? Do you think the short stories were written first, or like the larger narrative? Like which one do you think kind of came first? It almost sounds like you think the larger stories came first, right?
Well, so I think that the short stories came first, but only because of the amount of short stories there were.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like it's almost like I think we've all may have read like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, like that old kids book where it's like all these short stories that are like real grisly and there's a lot of gore, and it felt like he had a lot of those swimming around in his head, and he was like, shit, well I can't make that. because that already exists. How can I tie all these together? Oh, all these writers are locked in a place. But I just felt like that story had enough girth, or whatever word I guess I should use, but it had enough meat to be its own thing. But it just wasn't there. So I guess to circle back and answer your question, I felt like the short stories, he had a lot of those swimming around in his head, and he kind of just wanted to put them on paper, didn't really have a way how.
I think like probably some stories were written before, and then as he was writing the narrative, maybe he probably inserted some other stories to try to make everything work. But yeah, probably something like that. My other question for you is, were there no stories at all where you were like, that was kind of good, or that was kind of cool? Did that like never happen in the book for you?
No, yeah, great. No, good question. So yeah, definitely did. I liked Tessa with her daughter. There was multiple stories with the nightmare box, and then her daughter, came back, and she was.
That was like 4 stories, right? 4 of them.
Yeah. But those were, it wasn't. It had some stuff in it where it's like, man, there's emotions in this, and this woman got left from her husband after they made pornos, and it just kind of developed. You could see some character development in there. Whereas it's like, oh, foot job. It's like, okay, well, we're rubbing people's feet until they come. So, okay, what are we doing? That was just weird. But yeah, I think I really did like Mrs. Clark's, a lot of her stories. I also liked the one where he was a reporter, the Earl of Slander. I thought that was a good story because it's kind of just a twist, and this guy, he's a writer for news articles, and he gets discredited, and nobody likes him anymore, and so he does an interview with this guy and totally sets him up to be like a really, really bad sadist and sadistic person with child pornography. And like, I thought that was cool because it was like it was a sinister undertone. It wasn't just smashing grim and gore into your face. It was kind of like at the end, you're ready, you're like, oh shit, wow, that's kind of crazy.
I agree that that was definitely like a top 3 story for me, or like maybe top 5 or something. That one I really enjoyed for sure.
Yeah, I did too. And then to tie it all off, his dog at the end ate an onion. You had it right. Ate an onion and died. And it's like, wow, that kind of brings it back. Like, that's kind of kind of karma coming back. So there were definitely some stories that I liked. I just thought that the ones where it was very robust with just trying to hit you over the head with, like you said, gore porn. It's like, come on, let's be a little bit more creative. And we know Chuck is. For those who read his work.
Have you read his other works?
One point that I don't think that was the point. Like, these aren't supposed to be like good, talented authors that know how to be subtle, and like I don't disagree with your opinion, of course, but I don't think it would have been the book that he was trying to write if the more edgy parts were written
weren't in there
well and subtly.
So the point is, it's bad.
Him, like, is it an excuse for him to just write these edgy things that he wants to write? I think you could say that, but I don't know that, like, none of the short stories would be bad in a different way if they were like, here's like gut-free writing like a really thoughtful short story.
Yeah, 100%. I think some of the characters, they didn't really have enough depth to have a creative story or occurrence in their life. So, to represent each one of the characters kind of as their own thing, I think you had to have some of these weird stories in there. It's just, those to me felt more of like a gimmick. Like you said, could they have survived on their own? We're not sure, and that kind of, for me, seals the deal of my look on the book, at least.
Game Outlaw, have you read other Chuck Palahniuk works?
No, just Fight Club.
Oh, okay. But, do you like Fight Club more than this book? This is my first Chuck Palahniuk. I don't know if I'd want to read more after this one. I'd probably think twice about it. But how was Fight Club?
Fight Club was good, but I read it after I watched the movie, so my view was all jaded. But it was actually very different from this, but it was, that's why this book was a little disappointing, because I was like, man, I know this is, this guy's got depth, and I saw just with a lot of these short stories a lack of that, which was just a bit disappointing. Overall, book left a lot to be desired, I suppose.
I think. Oh well, thank you for all your really interesting perspectives, Game Outlaw. It's definitely good. Definitely good to hear somebody who just like outright did not like the book at all. So thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
No problem. Thanks for coming in. I feel like with the book, like, we're talking about a style and we're saying like good or bad. I don't know if I would call anything in the book bad. I wouldn't say like this chapter was good or this thing was bad. You know what I would use to describe it? Maybe you guys would agree or disagree with me. I feel like there were successful things and unsuccessful things. I wouldn't call anything good or bad.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking those exact words, that like some like succeeded and some didn't.
Yeah, and I guess like maybe some of the unsuccessful parts you could argue were like necessary to frame the larger narrative or something like that, but there were just some parts that like really felt like that was perfect, that succeeded, and the other chapters or other sections, like either the poetry or Miss America or some other parts, just felt either out of place or forced in, or where are we going with this, and where was it, what was the point of that, or like that was disappointing. So I don't know if I just call anything outright bad. I feel like even when it's at its worst, it's still kind of interesting in its own way, right? But that's just my
I will agree. I'll agree with Game Outlaw that like I feel like the bigger story needed, like, I don't know if it needed, there was room for more. Like there was room for more of the bigger narrative. Like I read this and see the bigger narrative as just kind of like writing the bigger narrative is what makes it a novel that I can sell.
If it was like longer and there was more, it was a more fleshed out overarching plot, do you think that would have been better, Dan?
I don't know. Like, if he had more to write, then yes. But if he didn't, it probably would have felt like it was just added on there to make things try to make sense. But I don't know if it's like left vague to be purposefully vague as to like, because all the stuff that's building up around what they're doing in the larger narrative really doesn't turn into anything. Like it doesn't go anywhere, and so like there is kind of that sense of like, is that the point?
I think rather than making it longer, I think I just might have just removed it entirely, because I feel like I probably would have enjoyed it. I like short story anthologies, like I love those, so I probably would have enjoyed that more.
I definitely I read the bigger narrative as a necessity to be able to tell the short stories.
Yeah, maybe on their own the short stories would not have survived. Like maybe they needed that lifeline for the main story to keep you interested or something. That's an interesting thought for sure. So we just talked about Whittier's story. We've been on that one for a little while. The next story is The Duke of Vandals, and I kind of feel this is a solidly sort of mid, and I can't say I particularly enjoyed this one overall. I didn't hate it, but kind of like middle of the road for me. The story here is that the Duke of Vandals, he goes to museums, right? So again, these are all the different characters that are at this writer's retreat, all telling like their own stories, right? And the Duke of Vandals is an artist, and he sees all these great artists, like Renaissance artists and like Leonardo da Vinci and all these different like paintings, and he decides what he's going to do is he's going to get like his address on the back of one of his paintings or something, or on one of his paintings, and he starts putting them in the museum. Like, and he has these little paintings, he starts like slapping them between famous works of art, and he starts putting them in the bathroom, and like, so he's just kind of posting it like almost like graffiti all over the place. I think he gets arrested for littering. They said like you're trash and you're littering in the museum, right? So he gets arrested. Then while he's arrested, he gets approached by like a museum curator who's like, it's really interesting what you're doing, this like art, it's actually amazing, it's really interesting. And I think what happens is that he gets basically hired as an assassin. Is that about right? And this one's a little foggy in my memory, so if I say something wrong, feel free to correct me here. He starts killing artists who are making too much art because they're devaluing the worth of their art by making too much of it. So he basically starts going around killing other artists to make their art more valuable or something like that. And It sounds interesting, but I feel like the way it was, yeah, another weird murderer. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, like, I think it's like an interesting concept. Maybe like the way it was written or something like that. It really did not leave a strong impression on me. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about that, or Dan, what did you think about it?
Yeah, I like it's kind of half and half for me, because like I enjoyed kind of I thought it was real clever how it's like, oh, this guy's going around and he's like his paintings in like the bathroom of the Louvre, and then how it was kind of like a personal insult that they're not arresting him for like doing anything other than like littering, because like they just view his stuff as like trash.
Right.
But then it gets to the point that's like, but now he's like hired by like the shadow art world to go take out these other artists that the art world has kind of like propped up, and now he's the one they're gonna prop up instead of them.
I almost kind of believe it about the art world, like the like is some like fine art and that whole thing. Some of that is just straight up money laundering, right?
Yeah,
like
I think
seriously.
that's the like. It has that like. I feel like it's written better than I can remember it, because I don't remember reading it and being like, well, this is so far-fetched. Like, this is unbelievable. It's like, it's believable, and then it's fiction, and then like, I feel like it was written better than I can remember it, how it was written. But it's another one that's just kind of like, it was interesting. It was fun. Like,
yeah. It definitely didn't leave a very strong impression. It was one of those stories that I forgot about, and be like, oh right, I forgot about that one.
Same.
What's up, Spopovich? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. What did you think about either the story of the Duke of Vandals or the book as a whole? What did you think?
I thought the one interesting part about the Vandals story was at the end, he's like looking over his shoulder in alleyways because he's waiting for them to come off him at the end of it, kind of.
Right. So yeah, it
he's
seems
been
like
doing it to everyone, and then they'll do it to him at the end.
yeah, that's true. Like, it seems like at the end, a lot of the stories end with somebody looking over their shoulder because they're about to be murdered, right? I feel like a lot of the stories end like that.
Yeah, I felt like one like big theme with a lot of these stories was just not knowing when to stop. Kind of like the bag lady, they kept going out, and the bag lady stops, but her husband goes out again, and he's the one who ends up getting killed when they're killing off all the homeless people. Similar like the what is it? The box that everyone knows not to look into it, but
The nightmare box,
they
right?
look into it, and then they end up going insane and offing themselves or whatever. So
I feel like
I
you're
think that's
addressing something we haven't really talked much about, which would be like a theme. Do you think that you've identified like a theme here? I kind of feel like you have, right?
yeah, I mean, I felt like that was a big theme throughout the storyline, kind of similar with the guy who went to the vet and then ruined his life, killed him off, and then couldn't get someone to save his dog when his dog was dying, just didn't know when to quit, and it kind of comes back to bite him in the end. You know,
That's true. Yeah, I wonder what some of the other, like, what would we say are the major themes of Haunted? That's an interesting discussion. Like, what is, so we know what the story of the book, what is the book about? Like, what are the themes? What's the overarching, like, what's the takeaway from Haunted? And I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm not fully sure either. In the beginning, it was kind of interesting that I liked the overall story for like the first few chapters. I thought the shock and the stuff was too much, and then as it went on, I liked the smaller stories. But
I definitely like kind of the thread that Popovich was pulling about like not knowing when to stop, just like self-sabotage and excess, and like even when people find something good, it's like we're not satisfied. I don't know if it's like kind of introspection on human nature, that like we're not satisfied until we've pulled something so far out that we're just like completely destroying any bit of like good there was in that thing that we had.
Yeah, I'd say like largely maybe one of the themes would be like self-gratification of like, you know, and that takes a lot of forms, right? Because they're either searching for money because they want to get rich, they're searching for fame, notoriety, or they're just literally trying to have like the best jerk off they possibly can, and like
Yeah.
the price they pay for these sorts of things, or like what that can lead to, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's definitely an interesting discussion to say, like, and what exactly does the title haunted refer to? Or like, are these the things haunting human nature? Is that what it is?
So is it?
Yeah, and I
it
think
called
so.
these- Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, and I think some of it is like what there's a theme of like things that we think that like the characters think they want and think they deserve, and like they have no, they're not taking any actions to, like, I don't know if it's like they want like shortcuts, they want to be given, they think they deserve something, like these people think that they deserve to be like world renowned writers, and they can just like go to a writing retreat, and it's like it's kind of like a delusion of self-importance, maybe.
That may be.
Yeah, and then all the short stories could be like, maybe that's what they're haunted by, like the things that they regret almost that brought them to that point, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, right? Because it seems like a lot of the stories seem to tee up like something horrible happened, and then now they're here, like they're escaping from their real life and like whatever has happened in their life, and now they're here trying to make something. I don't know. The 7 deadly sins haunt society. I saw a thing recently about how you can fit the 7 deadly sins into literally every narrative ever. I saw somebody did it with Elden Ring's bosses, that like you can make like Rykard is greed and this person is lust. So like basically you can fit the 7 deadly sins into literally everything, I think. So now I hesitate to do that. Now I hesitate to ever use that. But thank you very much, Spopovich. I appreciate that. Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, of course.
What's up, .com? How are you? Good evening. Welcome on in.
Hi, Barb. Hi, Dan. Hi, chat.
How are you, .com? What do you think about either the story or the book as a whole? What do you think?
You know, it's really funny because I read Haunted about 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And picked it up again to like get an understanding of this for the book club. And it was funny walking away with different things, having read it back then and then reading it again now.
So like the first reading was like a totally different experience from the second reading?
Not totally different. I remember, like, I think I said this in chat, right? Where at some point, sort of the connecting story becomes sort of like a long aristocrats joke, where like these awful and depraved things are happening, but it's happening at such like a rapid pace and almost nonchalantly that it becomes kind of goofy. You know, all of the death becomes goofy. And I remember walking away from the book initially thinking like, gosh, this really isn't realistic at all. There's nothing here that I can feel like I can hold on to in terms of like, what is it that Palahniuk is trying to say about like the human condition, other than we're all just like one reality TV show offer away from like debasing ourselves completely.
Mm-hmm.
But I did think that looking back on it, the short stories that stuck with me last time continued to give me like the same kind of I had the same kind of view for most of them, but the one that really stuck with me more, having read it again, was Speaking Bitterness.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And I know that that's one that people I think might be a little bit difficult, or it might be a little difficult or hesitant to talk about, and I think that that speaks to the power of that story now.
When was this book written? Like when did this book come out? 2000, what was it? 2005?
2005.
Yeah.
It's kind of like prescient in its own way, and kind of ahead, like pretty far ahead of, like a couple decades ahead of the curve on that one, right? So kind of, it was definitely an interesting read.
Totally. And Speaking Bitterness in particular, especially looking through the lens of it now, you know, it's kind of the one where it's like, I guess at some point, like this could have, you know, been in the same kind of weird, wacky short story as Foot Job Murderer. But now it feels just too, I don't know, real in a way. And
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it more powerful now. Like Chuck Palahniuk did not think that that was going to be the case, certainly, but it's definitely one that stuck with me.
It'd be definitely interesting to like get his perspective on that story, like now, right? Talk to him now about that one and see what he thought he was writing and what was his intent behind that one too. What were you gonna say, Dan?
It definitely feels like something that had to have been written in 2005, because I don't know that it would have been written the way it was written in 2024. Like,
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I think you could tell the same story, but not the way it was written, just because of the times.
100%. And I also think that, it to me drives home one of the most interesting aspects of this book, which is how we're forced to bear witness to when things get out of control in such a terrible and gruesome way. Like the fact that this is centered around essentially a hate crime done by a group of women, and it's being told from the perspective of one of the biggest bullies and assaulters in that. And she's an active participant, and she feels righteous and justified in doing so. It really forces the reader into a deeply uncomfortable position that I think you're right, Dan, would not be possible today.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I think that one's that chapter's a bit later, so we haven't quite gotten to I think that was Speaking Bitterness. I think that's a bit later, but we haven't quite gotten it. Seemed like that one really seemed to evoke a lot of strong emotions amongst a number of readers, and I totally understand that one. So
yes, and I think that it's interesting, right, because you can kind of tell that Chuck at this point hasn't fully understand how to write women.
Well, I almost wonder, does he understand it right? Like these are not like any humans. I feel like I've met some pretty bad people, but not like this, right? Like I feel like humans. I don't know if any of these people seem like humans at all, let alone women or men or anything. So
yes, it feels it, and that's I think the thing that kind of is to this book's detriment, where because nobody aside from Tess is very sympathetic in most regards, you kind of disconnect when things start happening to them. And it puts you in like a position where you feel like some of them may have deserved it. That's what the interesting thing about these people is that sometimes even after their short stories, once you cut back to the interstitial, they're the ones that have, cut their limbs off or done something terrible or died.
Yeah, it's a weird.
Yeah,
like
I couldn't.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
I couldn't. I still can't make up my mind on this about like whether it helps the book that like I really don't give a shit about anybody in this book. Like I don't care. Like whatever bad things happen to, and I almost feel like that's good, because like would the book have been worse if there's like, oh, there's this like one person that's like they don't deserve to be here, or but I don't know, it makes it hard, and it makes it hard to be like a cohesive story on the same like on the other side of that coin. I guess
it really helps a book when you can like, not even like unlikable characters are one thing, or like characters who are not necessarily like altruistic or all good, but it really helps when you can like almost root for a character or like a character. But it's one thing when like basically every single character is like an unlikable monster, like over and over and over. It really starts to pound you home for a while after a while. And then it's like, so when things happen, you're not like, no, not that character. It's more like you're just passionately watching as something horrible happens. You're like, yeah, you deserve that one. Yep. Well, guess you deserve that one too, didn't you? I guess there was like a handful of characters I would say not quite that. Like there were times I sympathized, but then almost always they then got rid of that almost immediately, and it's like, well, never mind, not anymore, I guess. So,
well, I think if there are more likable characters, I think it's just so easy to get confused between all the characters, because it's like, wait, was I supposed to like this person? Was it like, am I supposed to be sympathetic to like Miss America being pregnant, or was she awful in some way that I don't necessarily remember? And it does kind of like muddle things up.
Yeah. Anyway, .com, thank you so much for your insights. Really appreciate you dropping in.
Of course, love the book club, Barb.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Well, let's keep moving. I think the next chapter I think you've heard us mention a lot Mrs. Clark, who she's actually kind of unique from all the characters. So after Mr. Whittier dies, they just everybody in like all the people who remember the large narratives that they're all playing up this like we were captured and tortured, and that's like the story they're gonna sell, that like, oh, Mr. Whittier was so awful to us, right? So they decide that, well, shit, now Mr. Whittier is dead, we have to decide on somebody else who's going to be our villain. And they decide that Mrs. Clark is now going to be their villain because she is she was Mr. Whittier's assistant. They decide that she's going to be the villain. She's going to be the one we're going. How did he die? So first of all, he didn't actually die. I guess they faked it, but it was like a stomach rupture. Is that what it is? Something like that?
Yeah, he was like, he ate a bunch of the freeze-dried food, and it was like, he ate like 12 freeze-dried turkeys. And so like when it got to his stomach, it was like, oh.
It's just so like absurd, right? So completely
It is
absurd.
very like, that's one part of the meta-narrative that it's like, none of that made sense. It wasn't explained. It was like it was described in a way that like he's definitely dead.
The Peter
and
Griffin.
even when he's not dead, it wasn't like there was no information given. It's like, well, he actually did XYZ. It's like, oh, he's not dead.
Yeah, but so at this point they decide that Mrs. Clark is going to be their next villain, and Mrs. Clark's pretty interesting because she actually gets kind of 4 stories in the narrative. Her first one, the first story did not make a super strong impression from me from Mrs. Clark. Her first story is she decides, her and her husband decide they're going to get rich because they need money rather, because they want to try having a baby. They don't have any money, so they can't like afford it or something like that. So they decide they're gonna spend a bunch of money to make a porno. So they buy all this like camera footage, and they buy this camera, they buy all this lighting, they buy all this stuff. And they record themselves having sex in like all different ways, like a bunch of times, all camera angles. And they record all this, they get all this done, they spend $1,000 just to make this video, and they think they're gonna get rich. But then when they watch the video, they're like, oh my God, we're ugly and disgusting. And then they decide they hate each other. Like, oh, well, actually we hate each other, and I hate you now. We can't have sex anymore. So like they basically ruin their relationship doing that. They don't release the video because it's like too embarrassing once they see themselves. And then it ends, and it finds out Mrs. Clark is now she's pregnant with her daughter Cassandra. So now she's pregnant, and I don't know. I feel like it was like I don't know how to feel about this is the first part of 3 other parts of the story, and the story I promise gets better. But this first part, I was like, what the fuck did I just read? Like, this is so stupid.
It was strange, but I feel like the kernel of like the point of the story, or like the pivot in the story, was like really, I think a lot of people are gonna read that and be like, that kind of hits real close to home about like seeing, like having this idea in your head about like something you want to do, or something, how you vision yourself, and then like putting all this work and spending all this money, and then seeing it, and it just being such a stark comparison to how you see yourself that it just like completely shakes the way you see like your partner. Or
I don't know if I'm like, if I'm
like,
just damaged or something, or I've seen too much porn, or I don't know. But to me, it's like, this is written in like 2005. I feel like there was so much porn online, like of amateurs going at it.
It was written in 2005, but like from Tessa's point of view, this is like what, Cassandra was like 15, so this would have been like them doing this in like the late 80s.
I guess
where
so.
they've got to like rent VHS recorders, and they were like editing things on tape and stuff, and so it was more like home movie porn.
I just can't imagine, like, even if you're both 10 out of 10s, like perfect human specimens, there's so much porn out there, dude. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's something like real, I just can't imagine. It seems so naive to me, even in like the 80s
definitely have
or
to
90s.
like believe, you have to like buy into the premise that like they could make money doing this for like the story to land.
Yeah, I don't know, but that story was definitely it definitely test. Now Mrs. Clark's stories definitely improved, but it was definitely off to a little bit of a shaky start there, for sure. But let's see, let's get how's it going, Dodorto? Welcome on in. Let's see, how's it going, Dodorto? What's up, dude?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
I can. You're a little quiet. Feel free to speak up a little bit.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So for me, it was pretty funny because I bought the book and I decided to read it, to start reading it when I was like in a restaurant, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
you're sitting down at dinner and you start reading Guts?
Yeah, reading Guts. So the waitress comes like with a weird looking at me, and she says, hey, is everything okay? No, I'm just reading, So that was for me. Then I dropped the book for a few weeks, and yeah, from there I thought it was pretty edgy. The poems were edgy. I didn't like them that much.
Did you have
The,
like a
the, the
favorite
first,
story from it, or?
yeah, I think the Exodus, it was like, I don't know if favorite is a word, but it it was hard,
I feel like
So
there's a lot of people would agree with you, actually.
yeah, Exodus was hard. Also, the footwork one was like crazy, So after Gods, I thought every other story was going to be like that one. So footwork was like something that made me laugh a lot.
Yeah, after Guts, aren't you always waiting for it to like? You're waiting for it to happen again. Basically, it's like, oh god, he's gonna do it again, isn't he?
And when she's like hired by or trying to escape the Russian mafia because she killed her pimp or something
Yeah.
like that was so strange, So yeah, that story was kind of funny, but there were ones that I didn't care for. For example, the Green Room, as somebody said.
Yeah.
They said, yeah, that was basically like non-existent for me.
Sure.
Hot Potting was a weird one because I read it 2 times. The first one I didn't get it. The second time I found it was like interesting, because
Which story was it?
It was about the one the one of the Frostbite Baroness or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I actually really like that one.
Yeah, the first time I didn't get it. The second time I read it, it was pretty cool, like it was unique,
Yeah, yeah. I think that one was probably like either my favorite or possibly my second favorite story. Hot Potting, yeah, that was it. That was it. That was
For
that was.
me it was the same, So
Yeah.
Hot Potting was, I think, my favorite after Guts because of the shit, and Exodus also.
All right. Well, thank you to Dordo for dropping in. Thank you for your insights. I hope you didn't get too embarrassed reading That's the Restaurant.
Yeah.
As long as you didn't see Guts, I think you're okay. I think you're in the clear on that one.
Thanks, Barb.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for dropping in. Let's see. So the next story after tech. So we return back to Mrs. Clark a little bit later. The next story is about is from Director Denial. This is also a story that I had really strong feelings about the story. I think I really liked it, but I feel like even if I liked the story, shouldn't have ordered the sausage. Oh god. Even if I really liked it, even if I can't exactly express that I loved it. It's just like I felt strongly about it, and I don't even know what those feelings are. Like I feel like it's difficult to put to words. This story is probably, I feel like this is probably competing with Guts with one of the most fucked up stories in the book. And again, Twitch, this is a book we read. It's a book club. Please don't fucking get mad at me here. Don't get mad at me on this one. Director Denial is a story about a social worker who works for the police, and her job is she needs to buy a new doll for like when they interview children who they suspect have been
like
abused.
The office manager for like the sex crimes unit.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, that pretty much that. And she has to buy a replacement doll for when it's suspected kids have been abused. So like they have to, when they need anatomically correct dolls so that kids can identify what kind of abuse was done to them, right? So she buys the dolls. Like the department doesn't have a lot of money, so she buys a doll online with like the least amount of money possible, and she ends up accidentally buying like a Russian sex doll, and that gets sent over to the police department. And then it appears at the police department that some of the policemen or detectives are like doing inappropriate things. Oh yeah, it's two dolls. Yeah, okay, two of them. Then it appears
and
that
they're children.
Yeah, children sex dolls, right? And then it appears that the police are doing things with these dolls, and it gets more fucked up. So then she starts like putting like razor blades like on the dolls and shit, and they're like, please return. Like she tries to take them, and they're like, please put the dolls back. And it just gets worse. Then she eventually like takes the dolls. She like holds a gun at she's trying to protect the dolls from the police because she like
gives
views
them
them
light,
as real.
or she gives them crabs too, so crabs spreads throughout. 'cause-
Right. Yeah, she gives them crabs, right? So then she like takes the dolls, she like holds a gun at the police department, and then like takes the dolls and like drives away in like a high-speed police chase. It's just like, it's so fucking absurd. And it was one of those moments where it's like, what the fuck am I reading? Like, what is this? Like, I have no idea. And I don't know if I can't say I liked it, but I don't know. I feel strongly about it, but I have no idea how to feel about this story. I really don't know how to express. Like, it's written like in the same kind of voice all the other stories are told. It's just like, it's like impossible to process the story. I have no idea. But if you had thoughts on it, let's see. Let's go ahead and invite Wilbur in. Yeah, it was a thing, man. It was a thing. And I swear to God, going into this book, I had no idea what I was choosing. What's up, Wilbur? How are you?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up, Wilbur?
Thank you for pulling me into this one.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I thought this one was pretty screwed up. I don't know what to really make of this one either. I think overall I'm not really sure how to really describe it. It's completely screwed up. And I also thought it was interesting how the story was kind of told from the perspective of someone that wasn't in the room at this point, because it's implied that she's dead at the end of the story, I think. And then director Denial, the person that actually tells the story to the audience, is the person that's at the writer's retreat.
Yeah, the character's named Cora, right?
Kind of,
the person who's working there.
Yeah, the one that the cat is named after.
Right, right.
And so I can't really say that I loved this story specifically, but it was a very... I thought that it kind of played to the theme of denial real well, and a lot of the other themes of the book I thought were
like
kind
extremely
of like
nihilistic
secrecy.
and
Yeah, nihilistic, but also secrecy in general, and just what goes unsaid by characters kind of being a major theme of the book. So I thought that kind of fit in there. I'm not sure. I was really interested in this book after reading it, what other people would think were the major themes of the novel, just because it seemed different from the other book that we read last time, where it's kind of just like you read the book and it's kind of spoon-fed to you. But
right.
I thought in this one, it seemed like there was something like, what does the author actually want me to get out of this book? I'm not sure if you guys have any thoughts on that, or if any of the other readers do, but I'm interested to hear what other people
like Heinlein like kind of tells you like this is it, right? And you can make arguments one way or the other, but in this one you're left to kind of pick up the pieces where you can and like make connections wherever you want. So I think it's kind of depending on who you're asking, it's probably going to be like a kaleidoscope of different like opinions on what the themes or like narrative was, or like what was the point of all of this, right? Did you have any thoughts, Dan?
I think some of it has to be just I don't know if it's necessarily a theme, but the point is just to like have how you react to the different stories, because like it's something that everybody's going to, whereas like Heinlein's book, like whether you agree or disagree with him, everybody's going to come around with kind of like nobody's going to read that and be like, man, Earth was really the good guy or something. But like this book, like you're gonna have like 18 different short stories, and some people are gonna be like grossed out by some, or like really like some are gonna be hard to read, some are gonna be forgettable. It's just kind of like the diversity of stuff, and is kind of the point, is just to kind of give you so many different things to process and experience and react to.
Yeah, maybe it's just trying to get a reaction out of you any way it can. So it's going to use ammunition, any kind of ammunition it can at your soul to like open you up to what, I don't know. Nihilism, how awful people are, human nature, I don't know on that one, but
I really thought that the meta narrative, one of the motifs that they repeat a lot throughout was the camera behind the camera behind the camera. They said that so many times, I was like, what the hell are they talking about? At first, but at least kind of what I got out of that was it kind of seemed like it played into how they were going to sell their story to and sort of dress up, right? Like here's the ugly thing that happened to us, and that's sort of like your first camera, right? And then the second camera behind that is, someone seeing it, and then the third one is like you're selling it to somebody. So you're kind of like cleaning up, I guess, the actual thing that happened so that it's actually marketable to a wide audience. I'm not sure if anybody else kind of got that reading out of it, but
it's interesting because they are all trying to sell their suffering, right? That's the overall narrative, and like look at how much we suffered, and it's like almost like a play. And Tess is also they're trying to sell their sex, and they're trying to like sell these experiences like gratification, like look at what we did, right? So yeah, maybe there's something there. It's hard to say. The camera within the camera.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to make sense of what exactly they were trying to convey by saying that so many times, and that was the best I could think of. But
It was repeated phrase about how some stories use you up. That is a repeated phrase. Yeah, that is true.
And there's definitely like three kind of distinct perspectives isn't probably the right word, but there's Whittier and what he's trying to do and why he's doing it and like his motivation. And then there's like all the other people, and then there's Mrs. Clark, because like she's there for a different reason. Like she's trying to figure out like what happened to my daughter, which we haven't gotten to this, but like what happened to my daughter? How did you do this? Why? Like, and so there's kind of those 3 points, and I don't know if that kind of helps to identify some themes or some purpose behind the novel.
Well, thank you, Wilbur. Appreciate you dropping in, man.
Yep. Yeah, thanks for having me.
No, not at all. Not at all. How are you doing, Twitch chat? How are you guys? You guys hanging in there? Are you guys enjoying book club so far? Let me get a quick check of Twitch chat. How are you guys all doing? Anybody still like, what the fuck was this book? Like, what the hell was this? Is it getting stranger and worse after every chapter? I always love book club. It's great. Oh yeah, sure. This is great. I'm glad you guys enjoy this. I don't know how many book clubs there will be. I don't know how often we'll do this, but you skipped out after chapter 1. I don't think I can blame anybody for doing that. The craziness you're hearing makes you want to read it. Now, it's certain. You know what? I think I would probably say the word I'd use to describe this book would probably be like interesting. It's very, very interesting, and that can be either good or bad. So, speaking of interesting, the next story is Reverend Godless, and I feel like I've heard some pretty negative reactions to this one. And I actually feel like I only understood this. I only think I figured out this story. I want to say like 45 minutes. Like I read it obviously, and I was going back through it. I like reread over this, and I think I figured it out like 45 minutes before going live. I was like, is that what they were fucking doing? It's like I read it and the neurons. Have you ever read something and like the neurons in your brain did not connect at like what you just read? That happened to me the first time I read Storm of Swords, when George R. R. Martin, Storm of Swords. When I read The Red Wedding, I was like, what the fuck did I just read? Did everybody just die? Like, what am I reading? Everybody's dead now. Like, what the fuck was that?
So you didn't get you didn't get the purpose of what they were trying to do?
Yeah, so like I was reading. So let me go to the story. So the story of Reverend Godless tells is that he's like a former military man. I think he was in like the Gulf War, right? And he's got a bunch of buddies, and they have like a scheme. It's like a money scheme, how they make money. And they let you punch him in the face. If you punch him in the face, you get you pay him $50. They let you punch him in the face, right? So this is how they make money. They go from like bar to bar or whatever. Then they come up with they say like, okay, well, if you punch a chick in the face, it's $50. So they have this girl in their group. She gets punched in the face once. She's like, I can't do this. They're like, okay, well, I have a different plan. So he basically starts dressing up as a woman, and they start playing like the Titanic with flute theme. and they say like, you guys want to punch me, and they make like lots and lots of money. Yeah, getting to people are paying so that they can punch him in the face. So why are they doing this? They're doing this to pay for flight lessons and to buy a jet that they can rent. So they're getting more and more money. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what am I reading here? So at the end of it, they've saved up enough money. They've made enough money. They're apparently trying to start they're trying to end or start a holy war. They buy a jet, and they kill the pilots, and because they have somebody who took pilot lessons, and it seems as though they are trying to fly their jet into Mecca and like attack him. It's not really directly said, but it's basically like they're gonna fly it into Mecca is what they're gonna do.
So and there's like a group, there's like a coordinated group, and what I got was their religion causes all war. So if we go destroy every significant religious site, there will be no war.
Yeah, I think that's it,
what
yeah.
I got out of it.
Right, because they're also going to try to kill, aren't they going to try to kill like the Dalai Lama and everything?
When they're on the plane going to Mecca, somebody's on the radio and they're like, word is like a plane crashed into the Vatican.
I really have to vet these books more closely, don't I? I should have been like, yeah, Chuck Palahniuk. Yeah, this will be good, right? Why not? I should probably, maybe I need to look a little more closely into these books, or maybe I shouldn't. I don't know, because I'm going in just as blind as you guys. How did you even find this? It was on a list of recommended like Chuck Palahniuk horror, but like I read it. I didn't like the neurons only connected. I'm like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like, what are they doing? So
it makes me think though, like where does the true story end here? Because like all of these are supposed to be based on some true story in a way. So like, where does the true story end in this one? Is it just like people dressing up like women so they can make money getting punched, and that's the true part, and then the other part is fiction?
I think the way to read this book is just go with it. You know, like just go with it. Don't question it. Don't think too hard about it. You know, like that's it, right? Let's see. Let's get somebody in for chatting. Entropy, are you there with us? Entropy. Hang on. Let's see. Perhaps not. Oh, no, there it is. Hang on. Entropy, what's up, dude?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good. What'd you think about either Reverend Godless story or one of the other stories? What'd you think?
This is actually pretty fortuitous because I was going to be one of the few people that went, I actually really enjoyed the Reverend Godless story. Probably
maybe you can unpack it for me a little bit. Unpack it for us.
I kind of like you, I'm a huge Dune fan, so I kind of hearkened it back to sort of like someone's weird take on like the Butlerian Jihad. You know, they sort of everyone had to band together and, you know, sort of go on this ecclesiastical war against AI and thinking machines, right? That's why they don't have any like computers, they have mentats in Dune. And so this is like a bunch of, I liked it because I had started to lean into the absurdity of this book at this point in time. I'd gotten fed up with it about halfway, and then this part sort of like pulled me back in a little bit. But if you think about it, a lot of the movies is always, a lot of movies or books, they have like an overarching villain that has like this big plot, and he has a bunch of underlings that go out and do all the work for him, and he's the plan guy. Whereas this is just a bunch of like regular, you know, John Q. Public people going out and just getting the shit beat out of them every day for like years to raise up enough money to go and do this like attack on religion that in reality would clearly never work. Like, you know, one or like two planes would happen, and then literally any other plane that's just like flying where it's not supposed to be on a flight plan is gonna, you know, have jets on it like right away. So it was like an uninformed person's way of dealing with what they saw as the enemy. Like the military people, they would deal with all of these, Americans would go out and sort of shove themselves into these Holy Wars to act like a mediator, and then these guys come back and they're all, messed up from it, and they don't get cared for and everything. So the only thing they see as is like, this was the root of all of my harm, right? This conflict that existed, this weird religious war between these two other people where, I was that, like, I really had no business being, but,
I think something you said was really wise, that, like, you just gotta, like, lean in. If you lean into the absurdity of this book and try not, like, you don't want to fight with the current, just kind of lean into it, go with the flow, and you're gonna have a much better time reading it. And I think, like, depending on where you decide to do that, you're either gonna accept or reject the book as it presents stuff to you. And it's just like some of the absurdities just like went past me, because I can't even believe that that's what I was reading. Like, it just went right past me. I only figured out what was actually going on here like after the fact. Like, is that what I was reading here? Is that what the fuck that was? Like, my God, man.
Yeah, I'd started reading it, and I was about a quarter of the way through reading it, and my wife was reading it as well, and I stopped and I looked at her and I was like, I've never read this author before, but I feel like this book was like a bet between him and a friend. And the friend was like, I bet that, like, I'm gonna pull out this Mad Libs book and we're gonna fill it out, and I bet you can't write a book based on like this Mad Lib sheet that we figure out.
It's like Mad Libs concept of like, here, write a story based on this.
Yeah, and so
pool, butthole, masturbation, got it.
Yeah, 17 people trapped in an old movie theater on a writer's retreat. That's like the feeling that I got. And so, I kept reading the book, and like, I didn't feel like I was getting further away from that, conviction towards the end of it and everything. But yeah, I liked Reverend Godless's story was probably my favorite, because at that point in time I was just like, well, fuck it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable position. I think, like, learning to go with the flow of this book is going to make it a lot easier to read for anybody to read it. But if like, this is unrealistic, this would never happen, why are these people so terrible, I think you're probably not going to get past like 3 or 4 chapters at that point. You're like, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah, and listening to like different people talk about their like favorite stories I think it shows a little bit that, like, most of the stories are absurd to a point, but I think some are more believable to different people, just depending on their point of view or how they're coming into things. And that might be kind of the point, is that, like, nobody's going to read all of these stories and like them all and relate to them all and like believe them all. But that's the fact that's like, I can read some and not even question it, and the others are like, what the fuck is happening? Is that kind of a reflection on, well, maybe the one that I read and understand, somebody else is going to have the reaction that I had to this other one too? And is that kind of like a commentary on something?
There's definitely been a wide variety of reactions to the stories. Like, it seems like we're kind of all over the place on which ones we liked and didn't like. I think the one that we mostly agree we didn't like was the Miss America one, but it seems like everybody likes one of the stories. Like, one of us likes all of them, basically, but kind of down to the individual, right? So I feel like there's something successful there that he did as a writer. Like, there's something of quality in there. If we all found, even if you hated the overall book, but you liked that one short story, it's like, it kind of almost makes it a success just on its own, right? It's just surrounded by all this other crap. But hey, Entropy, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was I enjoyed it. I look forward to next book club.
Oh, well, we'll see if there will be one. Probably will be one. Let's see, Django Sigma, how are you? Thank you for waiting. How's it going?
Oh, hey there. It's been sitting around for a little bit, but
oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
I try to get to as many requests as I can. I really do my best.
It's no big deal. It's fine.
Okay. So what did you think of either the Reverend Godless story or a different story, or what do you think overall?
Well, unfortunately, the Reverend Godless one was a bit of a stinker for me, but there were a lot that really hit home for me, and I thought they had a lasting impression. Like, clearly Exodus is a big one. I definitely cried a little bit when I was reading that one.
Really?
Well, yeah, it's got these themes of sexual abuse and like projecting on this like object. It was bizarre, but I felt that it was so sad having this mental image of this sexually abused rubber doll, and then they went further, or they went as far as to mutilate them in order to drive home this point. And I was like, oh god, get me out of here. But that being said, I'm no stranger to this kind of awful, horrible stuff, and quite frankly, this is kind of right in my wheelhouse. I really like just, hideous, awful things.
Yeah, it's kind of an unflinching look at a lot of things. Like, I think that's one of the themes, I guess, across the, I guess I would call it a theme across the entire book. It's like, it kind of makes you unflinchingly look at things that I guess people would not want to look at ever. Like, and that's almost every chapter. Like, everything is highlighting some horrible aspect of human nature, or some horrible secret, or horrible behavior people had or something. And that's, and it really forces you to look at it and like engage with it. And I think some of it either lands or doesn't, depending on how absurd it is. But
and it does a lot to desensitize you to it as well. I noticed that there is a very strong recurring cadence of kind of sandwiching the most horrific parts of the story with some like side-splitting dark humor. Obviously Guts is like, masturbation, and then, oh god, what the fuck is going on? And then it's immediately followed by, hey, toe-sucking assassin, which is,
yeah, I don't know if after I read Guts, I was like, masturbation. I don't know if that was my reaction to it.
Well, I mean, that was like, that's the cadence, right? Like these,
I think you're exactly right, because like he follows one story with another. If you put like all like the hardest hitting stories back to back, then it would probably become unreadable, right? So I think you're 100% right that there's like a cadence to when he tells which story and why.
Right, and then I think one of the ones that got me was they're talking about the matchmaker and him chopping off his own dick, and then they're talking about, oh, who's gonna eat it? Let's feed it to the cat. And then Miss America asks, you should feed it to me because I've got 2 mouths to feed. And it's just, and then that's followed by Exodus.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh God, completely forgotten about that. You were bringing back so many fond memories of reading this book. There's a lot of times where I don't know, anybody else do double takes when they were reading, just like, what did I just read? Like, you have to like check what you just read. I think that happened to me probably maybe once a chapter at least. And yeah, okay, as long as it wasn't just me. To go back several times. Oh yeah, that's right. And then a guy eats the dick and chokes to death on it. I mean,
yeah, I was gonna say, like, as far as comedic timing, you'd think they would put that like immediately after what's her name? It's Speaking Bitterness, the Comrade Snarky story. You'd think they would put it after that, because like I mean, obviously this whole book is written with this weird juxtaposition of weird eloquence and then just a bunch of what's the term? I mean, like, it's really crude the way these people talk and the way the narrator describes things. And then you have this strangely eloquent moment of talking about the upside down peach trees hanging from the ceiling, and they're picking all the peaches, and then yeah, for some reason, to me, I had this idea in my head that you get done with talking about speaking bitterness, and that's when they should chop off somebody's dick, because obviously.
Yeah, well, you just brought up the matchmaker story, which is I think that was like a pretty short one, right? It's a pretty short story. I think we could cover what I could, because I think some of Twitch chat hasn't read the book, obviously. And I know I saw Bonestorm say this. We have not made up a word. This is all stuff from the book. We're not making this up and gaslighting you into thinking that this was like this. We did not make up this book. This is a real book. None of this is made up. This is not a trick under any circumstances. This is the actual book. So the matchmaker was kind of, I thought this one was really interesting. I don't know if I'd say it was like my favorite story or anything, but it was an interesting story. I guess it's about like it's a shorter story about like a family, and they all have this weird saying. They all say Sharuk to one another, and nobody in the family knows what it means. But if they say Sharuk, like the whole family starts laughing. Like everybody laughs and has a great time, but nobody knows what it means. Nobody has any idea. So finally, is it like one of the kids is joining the military, or is he going to war? And finally, it's like, what does Sharuk mean? What does this mean? So he says that, like, okay, back in the 1940s, one of your grandfather, my great grandfather, whatever it was caught. He was a prisoner of war in Germany, and they would take out all these prisoners and they would like line them up and shoot them all, and they were just like systematically murdering people, right? And one of the SS officers, one of the German officers would bring out women, and he would like basically force them to perform oral sex on them, and then he would kill them. So they watched this happen over and over. As they're prisoners of war, they can't do anything about it. So finally, as the war goes on, he's doing it again. And I think so. The woman's doing it, and I don't remember exactly. Does the woman bite it, or does he try to stab her in her throat? Is that what I can't remember what it was?
The way it's told is that like as soon as he finishes, he reaches down and slits their throat.
Okay.
And one time he does that, he's still far enough inside that he cuts his own dick off.
Yeah. He cuts his own dick off, and I guess the sound it makes is Sharuk. And I guess that to them is like the funniest thing. That's what the family's been saying the entire time, that this German officer like cut his own dick off and died from doing this. And I guess like the larger thing is that no matter how bad something is, no matter how awful something is, that like it could just get better. And something could like happen to solve it or something. But that was kind of a weird one of those stories that was like very different from a lot of the other stories. And I'm not really sure exactly what to make of that story on its own. It's kind of like, it's a pretty short one. It's kind of on its own and it's just gone. So it's the opposite theme of the rest of the book. Yeah, it is weirdly in opposition of everything in the book, right? Because it's like it's almost kind of, I don't want to say hopeful. It's obviously another like forcing you to look at something awful happening. But I guess it's like sometimes people get what they deserve or something, or, sometimes something good can happen unexpectedly. Like, I don't really know exactly what to make of this one, but.
It somewhat plays on the what I would call a theme of like self-sabotage, and that like this being, the officer in the story and not kind of the participant in the writer's retreat at this point, but like you're your own worst enemy in that instance. Like, dude cuts his own dick off just pleasuring himself. Like,
it's a little optimism in a sea of pessimism. I wonder how many fucking writers sit there and they write it, like they write a book or they write a series of short stories, and they throw like a bunch of shit on the wall and like just throw it at the wall, like whatever sticks. And then that leaves us to all sit around and talk about it and argue about what stuff meant. And if we were to ask them, they'd maybe be like, I don't know, like what did you think it meant? Right? Like, I wonder how many. That's got to be like what, 40% of writers, 30% of writers, 50% of writers. It's fun to discuss, but you wonder like what the intent of all this stuff was. Like, why this story in around 70% of writers? I don't know, right? I don't know. A lot. I guess the optimism is that look at this fucking this horrible human being got what he deserved, right? He fucking more he I guess he deserved even more, right? But like at least this thing happened to him and like he deserved it, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. But again, I don't really know exactly what to say. I don't really, I gotta be honest, after reading the entire book, I don't know what to say about everything in the book. Like I can tell you what happened in each chapter, but I really have a hard time pinning anything down anywhere on what anything means or at all. I don't know. Just desserts, poetic justice. 90% of writers that are chosen for books being read at school. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much, Django Sigma. Thanks for joining us. Sorry you've been waiting here for a while.
Have a good night.
Oh, you too. Let's see. We have more spiders than I expected. Oh my god, how many spiders did you expect? How's it going? More spiders than I expected.
Hey, definitely great. This book, it gives a nice warm fuzzy feeling when you read it.
Wow. That's the first time we heard that tonight. So what did you think of either this chapter or the book overall? What'd you think?
So it kind of does fall into this chapter, but one of the things I actually did really like about the book is just how the tone changes kind of came at you and just how disarming they could be for what was going on. So, hang on, I need to look at chapter list I had up quick. This one, definitely kind of, a funny Schadenfreude type story. They see that they're harming themselves by doing it to others. And you kind of follow it back up then with, and this is just this narrow spot, the Nightmare Box immediately afterwards.
Right.
Where that's kind of just a good, oh God, what's happening? And I mean, so I didn't quite finish the book, but there's another really good example of this, of a spot I really liked the lineup of it a bit deeper down, which is, we keep talking about speaking bitterness. I think the thing most, that I enjoyed the most about that is it comes after product placement, which is just a nice big ad for knives.
Right.
And just like how it can either put you on guard and just kind of swap it out under you, or just give you something very light and fluffy, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm not comfortable with this book anymore.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that was like a necessity of just the way the book was written, because it's like, if you're planning a meal, you have to space out like heavy dishes with like lighter things to otherwise, if it's just heavy dish after heavy dish after heavy dish, nobody's going to finish the dinner, right? Or they're going to feel terrible by the end of it. So I do think it's that there's definitely like a rhythm to the way the stories are told. And like the heavier story beats or like the more darker elements are kind of broken up by something like either funny or light, or in this case, maybe even like weirdly optimistic, or like, I don't know, in its own way.
Yeah, it's that alternating of, you're like, I'm just going to read one more chapter. And you are either setting yourself up for, okay, I read Guts, that was terrible, but Footwork comes next. And it's like, okay, this is a really interesting read. I can't explain why.
Or what a decision to begin your book with Guts, right? Like right from there, I'm like, my God, first chapter.
And it's like, oh, Footwork was completely different. And then you get here and then you go Nightmare Box and it's like, I don't like any of this. I don't need these nice descriptions of how people are just going insane back to back.
Right. I think a lot of people had a really strong. That's actually the next story we're going to be talking about, is a Nightmare Box. There was a lot of strong reactions to that. Would you say you had a favorite, Spiders? Would you say you had like a favorite story or a least favorite story?
Honestly, my favorite, just for where it hit, I think was product placement. Like just hitting that peak absurdity to just, kind of ride it downhill immediately afterwards.
That one to me felt like a middle school assignment or something. I don't know. Something about that one just didn't like.
It wasn't super deep or anything. It definitely, like, theme-wise, just feels so far out there.
Yeah.
But I feel like when it hits is exactly that, like, it got a little too light and fluffy there.
It hits where it needs to, right?
Yes. It just is like everything is completely coming apart in the main part, the main story, and then again, whether or not it was fully as intentional, speaking bitterness, it, may have also been meant to be a lighter, weirder one at the time it was written.
Yeah.
But it's just horrifying.
Yeah, that's true. You mentioned Nightmare Box, which is that's the next story here. And I think Nightmare Box, maybe overall, like that series of stories was probably one of my favorites in the whole book. Definitely, like, especially this chapter, Nightmare Box. So Nightmare Box returns back to Mrs. Clark and her daughter, which is her name Cassandra, I think. And there is an antique store that has this box that they sell. And this box is ticking constantly. It's like a black box that's constantly ticking. You can't open it. But apparently when it does stop ticking, you can look inside, And I think the first person that we know looks inside of the box, is he like a college student who's trying to become a lawyer, I want to say. And he looks inside and he like goes outside and he sits on the curb, and then like no matter what, he like will not move. He stops going to school. Like he doesn't, if you try to talk to him, all he does is laugh. Is he like covered in cockroaches? He just doesn't, he like goes insane basically. So the question is like, what did he see inside the box? I also feel like it's a little like Lovecraftian in the sense like going mad in the face of something, right? Like what's going on with that? So I think eventually, I don't remember what happens, but I think it's the shop owner's son. Does the shop owner also look inside? I don't remember if he also looks inside the box.
Yes, he looks inside the box and then he kills himself.
Okay, so the shopkeeper also looks inside. And then Mrs. Clark, I don't remember how Mrs. Clark and her daughter get there, but Mrs. Clark's daughter goes and looks inside the nightmare box herself, and she looks inside. Like, what does she see? She doesn't like answer. They go home and she like shaves. What does she do? She cuts off her eyelashes or her eyebrows or something. She fills a suitcase and she just leaves. She goes insane. I feel like what really works for me in this chapter, her eyelashes at it. I feel like what really works for me in this chapter is just like the mystery, because like whatever is in the box, you kind of fill with your own imagination of like what the fuck are you seeing inside this box that's making you lose your mind? Like, what is that? I love that like idea. It's like, I think it's one of the few things that almost feels like Hellraiser or something. Like one of the few things that actually felt more like traditional horror. Yeah, maybe it was Mario Maker 2. Maybe that was it. That's how I would feel. But I feel like this is one of this felt almost more like a traditional horror novel. Like I feel like Chuck Palahniuk could definitely like write a horror novel, like a more traditional horror novel. Yeah, it felt supernatural, right? Now, I think at the end of this chapter, they tell you what you see in the nightmare box. They tell you what you actually see in it, right? And I mean, stop. Like, Dan, do you have a good way to surmise it? I'm not putting you on the spot, but like maybe you could put it to better words. What do you see inside the nightmare box?
To be honest, I don't remember.
Okay. Okay, I'll do my best. Maybe somebody we're good to speak here. Oh, do you know?
If I can give a thought. I believe it was described as like you kind of just see like they described it as like you see what reality is, and you're just you see how empty your life is because there's something there that you just know you'll never have.
Oh, somebody actually asked, this is what's up, Tiny Tony, that he wanted to answer this one specifically. Go ahead, Tiny. What do you got to say? Tiny? Possibly muted? It was like the truth of reality or something. Yeah, something like that. Like you could see like the true reality, the true nature of the world or something, and it made yeah, I think we can't hear you, Tiny. I think it might be your input on the cog on the bottom left. Like you see. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Like whatever you saw made like doing anything pointless. Like there's no point in like working or trying, or like there's no point in life.
Yeah,
based on whatever reality it showed you.
So like eating, drinking, whatever you're doing in your life, everything else, like it just becomes all completely meaningless. And I guess people react in different ways. It takes away like your reason to live. I thought this was really fucking cool. Like this is one of those stories that I was like, man, this is sick. This is really interesting. Like this is so good. It really brought me back into the book when I maybe felt like I was kind of drifting off a little bit of it. Yeah. This was a really good chapter. It has there's more follow-ups to it as well.
It definitely hits like right in the middle of the book, and it's like it's right where it needs to be, because like at the point I think you could really get lost in kind of the back and forth, like loosely connected stuff. This really is like the artery that runs through the rest of the book.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up, Tiny? Glad you could join us.
Thanks. Yeah, so sorry my name is so hard to pronounce. Like it's Teeny, like Martini. So like Teeny Tiny Tony, but you could just call me Tony.
Teeny Tiny Tony.
Are you very large?
Yeah, it's a name I got in high school, but yeah. So like in real life I'm very big. Yeah, to speak to the story, that the way that he describes it, it's that feeling of like someone lets a bunch of doves loose or pigeons or something like that, and you get scared for a moment at a company picnic. You remember it now at the end of the story? That the way that he describes what's in the box is like you let out a bunch of doves, everyone kind of like gets scared and like ducks down for a minute, but then you realize it's safe and you're okay and stuff like that. Does that ring a bell? Do you guys
I
remember?
think so. I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's, but yeah, like they never tell you what's in it, which I also found interesting. So I kind of took that a bit further, and I feel that because Cassie says, you know, even though she disappears, Mrs. Clark asks her later, well, what did you see? And or like she wouldn't tell her, but she said it made me want to become a writer. So then I'm thinking, did all these other people, did they also look into the Nightmare Box? Is
Ooh.
that why they're at this retreat
interesting.
in the first place?
That's an interesting theory. I had not considered that at all.
Right. So then I thought, and then like, because the whole like dismemberment, like that never made sense to me. Like, why would you dismember your own body? And then obviously fast forward to the end that you've already alluded to, that Whittier, like, faked his own death. He even said in his poem, if you know what comes at the end, would you speed it up and just kill yourself and end up on Venus? Or would you take your time? And like, maybe that's what these people are doing. They're taking their time. They want to write their stories. They want to tell their stories, or are you just going to be haunted the rest of your life? So like, I think that's what he's kind of alluding to, and that overall theme of that framing story is like, if you know where you end up at the end of your life, would you rush to get there, or would you kind of take your time? And
definitely like their self-mutilation and chopping parts off of themselves, and like the self-harm and self-sabotage. It's like it's to a degree that you would expect of somebody who has gone completely psychotic from something like the Nightmare Box, which is what happens to all the characters. Like, they either kill themselves or lose their mind. So I don't know. I really hadn't considered that all the characters there may have looked in the box. I don't know. That's a really interesting theory, though.
Yeah.
And like, they've been there for like weeks when they start. Like, it's the entire time they're trapped is 3 months, and they're to the point of like horrendous self-mutilation. It's not even like we've been here for a year. It's like we've been here for 3 weeks. We're eventually going to be found. We need to be in a horrible state when they find us. And it is extremely psychotic.
This makes you more
Right,
interested in the book, but you're also spooked. Well, you also have to get through a lot of stuff to get to the stuff that might be a little bit more interesting, and some of the stories might be a little harder to get through than others. So,
right, and Cassie survived the 3 months. We find out, and how many other people were there before that too. We never know that they kind of hint at that.
Oh, and you definitely know, like, the way they describe the theater early on. They talk about like stains in the carpet, and then you learn later on in the book that like these stains are like where other people have been and like died or bled. And I think if you kind of like go back and look at some of those snippets in the narrative part of the book, it alludes to there being like several groups like this.
Whittier must have done it a bunch. I think he literally does say that, like, I've done this before, and you turned out exactly like the last ones. That like this exact thing has played out before. And again, that's one of those, like, don't question it, just go with it, because apparently Whittier keeps doing this with people, and they keep making the same decisions. So I guess it's like a larger comment that all people are like this, and they're all keep doing it somehow. I don't know, but just go with it, man.
I'm really loving. I'm loving the Nightmare Box tie-in, because like we know Cassandra looked in the Nightmare Box, and she was like the one that survived the previous term in the theater. And then there was gonna be one person that made it, there was gonna be a Cassandra of this group.
That was Sneezy,
but
right?
they
She was
get-
the one that was going to
yeah,
survive
like
this time.
Sneezy was gonna make it, but she gets stabbed and drugged back in.
Hmm.
Well, see, I thought he was using Sneezy to kill the entire human race at the end. That's why he took her.
Well, yeah, she does have that crazy disease, if
Yeah.
you can believe the story, because she's the one that has this like crazy disease that killed her father, right? And it's like that's why she's on the island completely isolated from all other humans, right? But then why is everybody else dead in the place, right? Because they've been there for weeks alone with her. So like, what do you take as something that's actually real in the story, or what's just a story? Is this like autobiographical? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
And then Sneezy, it's alluded that Sneezy escapes the island prison by just walking on the bottom of the ocean to the mainland because she's in like this bubble
that
suit,
what it says?
so she doesn't. Yeah, well, it's like it says, well, like she's not on the island, and in the end of her story, they're talking about how they get to go outside, but they're all in their suits, and it's like you could basically just walk to the mainland in this suit because it has like its own atmosphere and stuff.
Was that like Pirates of the Caribbean, where they have the boat turned upside down and like?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's a lot of unbelievable, like, you know, you try to relate to some of this stuff, but like just even back to the Earl of Slander, when he's like he orchestrated that whole story of that Doogie Howser type. He even says at the end of his story he won a Pulitzer, and he kept getting work. So it's like if you're getting so much work, why are you coming to this writer's retreat? Like, why are you wasting your time? Why did you bring a tape recorder and then recording over it the next day? So there's definitely something wrong with every single one of these people. And I think a lot of people, you know, mentioned it before, that you just kind of stop caring about them. And it's like they all either killed somebody or they're running from somebody. Like they all have problems.
Just so going on a limb here and say that they are like nothing is reliable narratively wise. Like I don't necessarily think we should believe anything like we're reading. Like we can believe there's some things we can choose to believe, and other things are like unreliable narrators, liars. Like if there are these horrible people, like why wouldn't they lie to us? There's no reason to believe everything we've read. Now what you choose to believe has actually happened or not, I mean, I guess that's not down to the individual, right? But probably we shouldn't believe everything we're reading here, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And like how much of their stories is them telling stories in the same manner that they're mutilating themselves in the narrative portion? That's like, well, if I tell this story about myself that's outlandish in some unbelievable way, that's more worthy of notoriety, in the same way that if I cut all my fingers off, I'm more, you know, I'll have the better story to tell.
The implication
like
is that all the stories are fictionalized for entertainment. Is that, I think, some maybe? Are they fictionalized for entertainment? Like every single one? Are they trying to entertain one another? I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe some are? I don't know.
And like we don't know at what point in time they wrote these stories. Like, did they have them prepared? Did they tell them during the 3 months they're there? Because it's implied that while they're there, they really don't write anything.
Yeah.
So none of, like, other than the one actual writer, none of them are portrayed as like being writers outside of the writer's retreat.
They all have urban legend vibes too. I kind of like that corking. But anyway, hey, thank you so much, Tiny. I really appreciate the perspective. Really good perspective. Chat said you were the only one here who did the homework, so you get an A+.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh, not at all, not at all. Let's see. So that we're actually gonna see more of Mrs. Clark and Cassandra. They appear 2 more times, or I think no, maybe just 1 more time. 2 more times. I'm not sure. The next story is Sister Vigilante, which we actually have a number of short stories. This is going to be a long book club, apparently. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 9. There's like 9 more stories. My God, man, this is going to take way too long. You know, we didn't have to go chapter by chapter in The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. It was a lot easier to go through it. I know this has already been 3 hours. There's a lot. There's like, what is it, 20, 24, 25 chapters, something like that. I feel like it's worthy to discuss like every individual chapter, like even if they were good or bad. Maybe we'll try to be a little bit more rapid fire on these to try to make sure we reference them all. It really has been interesting. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Obviously, book club is extremely niche, and it's not something we're going to do too frequently, but we'll try to get through these a little bit more rapid fire, I suppose. The next story is Sister Vigilante, which I thought that the story was really cool. Essentially, what's happening in this story is it's in a city, and there's like a weird thumping sound, and people are dying on the street. They've got like their head is completely caved in. Their chest cavity is completely shattered. Like people are just randomly dying and nobody can figure out what's going on. Like who are killing these people, right? So as it turns out, I guess it's like, is it the narrator? Somebody is on the rooftops of buildings in this city and they are throwing black bowling balls off of the roof of buildings. And they're essentially randomly killing people in the city. And it's like a serial killer that's out doing this. So basically people are living in terror that they're going to get killed by a falling black bowling ball. And I think the larger point of the story is that what's the result of it is that because the city is under, like, they're all terrified of this serial killer, that the city crime rates are actually way down. Like despite the fact that every once in a while somebody's getting fucking murdered by a bowling ball, that crime rates are down. People are not like staying out at night. Basically, this person doing this has like made the city better, I guess, in their own sick, twisted mind. So by killing these people with the bowling balls, they've actually improved the city because they have like a common enemy or something like that, right? And I forget how it ends. I don't know if it just ends and like that was the point of why this person was doing it. But yeah, that's why they're going out. The serial killer was Tom and Jerry. Yeah, that was that one. I thought the story was interesting. I thought it was like cool, like the unraveling of like the mystery of what's like actually going on there. I don't like this idea. Does she stop when she kills a dog? Is that what happens? I think I read this story like a week ago. I remember the gist of it, but I think I lost the very end
when
of
they
it.
passed a law that like bowling balls all had to be painted a bright color.
Right. And that was like to the hope that maybe you could avoid the bowling ball somehow if it was falling from above.
This short story referenced a book by Heinlein, or there was at one point in this short story,
I remember
one of the
that,
people that dies was like carrying a paperback copy of Stranger in a Strange Land, and that was like really weird. Like, hold on.
yeah. The Robert Heinlein reference. That was our last book club. Our first book club, if you were just joining us here, was Robert Heinlein. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. So that was I definitely had the moment like, that's weird. That's weird that got referenced, right? Barb really did his homework. I swear it's just a complete coincidence. A complete fucking coincidence. I swear to God. Let's see. Let's go here. What does Dwarven Dynamite got to say? Let's see. What's up, Dwarven Dynamite? I'm going to try to get to as many people as I can. If you're waiting to speak, I'll try to get all of you in if I possibly can. What's up, Dwarven Dynamite? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Doing good. So what did you think about this story or another story in the book? What did you think?
So I honestly did not enjoy this book as much as I was hoping I was going to.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that this was a very loosely written book. It felt like he had a lot of really good ideas to come along with, but it just felt very disconnected. There wasn't anything that really brought it all together. It kind of just was like a ton of great stories with some really bad stories also thrown in, and to a very just contrived plot that felt like it felt like I was reading a snuff film. That was his fetish, honestly.
Yeah, so like that overarching narrative just like did not work for you at all, of like the writer's retreat and their sabotaging. That didn't work for you at all.
Exactly.
Okay.
It just pretty much all the characters didn't really have much of a good reason to actually be there in the first place. It was just, hey, we're here, we're writing a story now, get to work. And now all of a sudden we're just killing each other, which was I don't remember there ever being a clear, concise decision on who was actually going around killing people either. It just kind of seemed like people were just dropping off just because they needed to get rid of
randomly,
characters.
right? And then it was like, hey, we get to split one less way, right? One less split for our profits from this, right?
Exactly. Like it really did feel like a lot of the characters were there just to fill a plot point of, hey, you're dead.
Well, I guess a part of it would be like, it's hard to not even like sympathize or root for them, but it's hard to recognize them as human beings, you know, at all. So I feel like it's almost hard to buy into it. Like, even if they were like bad people, but they were still people, you could like understand. Like, I feel like there's all kind of like Walter White's a bad person, but we all kind of buy into it because like we understand what he's doing and like why he did it and how he got there. We can recognize like, yeah, he's a horrible person, but you kind of see how he got there. But these people, they're like so bad, it's hard to even recognize them as humans at all. So maybe that's like hard to get into it from there.
And that was legitimately what made me not like it so much. All the characters, it felt like they had a lot of things going for them, and had they been able to be fleshed out more, I may have found a character that I was really like, okay, this is the character that I'm really reading this for, but there wasn't a single character that had enough of a story behind them other than Mrs. Clark that had any kind of motivation other than I'm a terrible person and I'm here now. And unfortunately, Mrs. Clark was a wasted character in my opinion, because they spent all this time building her entire story up and then they just kill her off screen basically.
Yeah. Well, so would you say that the Nightmare Box stories were like your favorite story overall?
I think my favorite story was probably The Earl of Slander, actually. I really enjoyed that one. I thought it was a really nice parody of, honestly, a lot of modern media in general, of how it's not really based about, you know, a feel-good story. It's just trying to get shock value, basically.
I really like that story, too. I actually agree with you on that one. That was one of my favorites, for sure.
And I wish they had done more like that overall, but most of the other stories kind of didn't really click. And yeah, if I'm being honest, I think the story I did not like the most, and I'm probably gonna be the only person who even remembers it because it kind of just existed, was the last story for Mrs. Clark about Cassandra just in the forest. And I felt like that was an entire waste of a story because it felt like it was just paragraphs about how her body was just decomposing, and I didn't see a reason whatsoever for that to even be in the book, honestly.
Yeah,
it just felt like more fetish stuff because it's just a guy literally sitting in the forest watching this body decompose, and he spends paragraphs just describing it. It just felt disgusting.
I think other people
there is a
also
mention
felt that.
There's a mention earlier in the book, and I can't remember where, about how like when there's a murder and it might have happened a couple of times, about how like murderers come back to their victims because it's the only people that they can like safely talk about what just happened. And so I think that like the point was to kind of like, here's this thing we talked about a couple of times, and here is it happening in real life. But I kind of agree that it's not really it doesn't do much in that short story.
Yeah, there was one of the few moments where something like came back and it was like, oh, that's back. I remember that. Yeah, so basically they say that killers always come back to their victims wherever they hide them because it's the only person they can talk to. So basically when police find a dead body, they'll put like a recorder there because they know somebody's going to come back and going to talk to their victim, and then they'll find out whoever did it based on that, or they'll like gather evidence from that. So that was one of the nice moments where something previously mentioned had kind of been established and came back. So happened to Mrs. Clark finding, because they're right with Mrs. Clark in that one, right? Exactly. But hey, thank you so much, Dwarven Dynamite. Thank you for weighing in.
Thank you.
Let's see. So the next story, we didn't really spend too much time, but we do want to get through. I want to mention, at least cursory mention, all the stories, like all the short stories, as much as I can. There's a lot of short stories. I maybe should have formatted this different so we could actually get through all these. And I think maybe 4 hours for a book club is maybe a little long. I think all of our asses are starting to hurt, or we need more booze or something. But doesn't Guts hold the record for people fainting from a public reading? I think it's because people literally tried to hold their breath because they're idiots on that one. I think that's why. The next story is Chef Assassin, and this one's really weird. It's a letter that he sends and to this knife company, and he's like, your knives are like by far and away the best knives I've ever used. I love these knives. These knives are so great when I start carving up my victims and killing people. Like, I think it's like, isn't it food critics? It's like bad food critics who try his food, and they're like, oh yeah, they all think they're so wise talking about how bad my food is. So he kills them with the knives. And so he tells the knife company like, yeah, and if you guys pay me this, I'm gonna keep killing people, but I'll actually say that it was your competitors' knives are what I used to kill people. So pay me this money and I'll spread that story, and that will hurt your competitors and help you. If you don't do that, I'm going to say it's your knives I'm using. I'm going to hurt your business. So he's trying to like blackmail the knife company, I guess. So it all takes the form of like a letter he's writing to them. And that's like how it ends. That's like how this story is. It was definitely like a very irreverent compared to some of either the stories before we had the Nightmare Box and Sister Vigilante, where there was like a little bit more serious, and it's definitely a lot lighter compared to the story that follows this as well. So I don't really know what to make of it. It did feel edgy, middle schooly assignment to me. I don't know what you guys thought of it. Let's see, let me get somebody else.
It definitely it had that kind of air of like, what was the Mind Hunter or something, where it's like there's some like serial killer that's got some like brilliant plan and it makes total sense, and it's like, but you're killing people. right. I like the comparison to Mindhunter. Man, I fucking miss Mindhunter, man. I miss that. Yeah,
show.
Me too.
What's up, Stormative? How are you? Good evening, sir.
Hey, yeah, I'm doing really well. Thanks for letting me join in here.
Oh, of course. So what do you think of either the Chef Assassin story, or maybe you want to talk about something else? What do you think?
Yeah, like that one didn't really stand out to me. Like the main thing for me early on, I was thinking is like the bookends thing, because I like put down a lot of quotes. I ended up having a lot from like the beginning and end of the book, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. So which in particular?
Like, so one of the things I really wanted to mention, because like it was one of my favorite comedic moments looking back, because like I was having a really hard time in through Guts. I almost had to put the book down there, because man, I got pretty lightheaded reading that one, not gonna lie. Like it was just I wasn't really familiar with this type of thing, to be honest, but I
think a lot of people had.
Anyway.
You're not alone. I think it might have happened one place or another. I think a lot of people looked at this book and they're like, I don't know if I want to finish this. I don't think you're alone in that one. It's just, it happened on different chapters for some people, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. And no, like, I mean, I got pretty into it shortly after that, because like, so one of the things I was really thinking is like, on the back copy, like the Miami Herald quote, it says something about like that Chuck is like putting you in a punching bag and punching you. And like when I'm thinking of the humor in this book, which was really amazing to me, I definitely felt like it had some punch, like in the one-liner kind of sense. And like some of those did some heavy lifting for some of the tone shifting throughout the book, I feel like.
Which parts of the book did you find like funny? Which parts did you find funny?
Well, here's my example related to Guts. So like it was 3 pages after Guts during the like main story portion, and everybody was kind of saying like, oh, like I came on this retreat because like whatever. And the matchmaker, I have this quote here. It's like, it's been 14 weeks since I had that head cold and you still have not kissed me, he wrote. This summer, you milk the cows. It's like, man, you're gonna be cold and not kissing me even though you're not even sick. Like, you can freaking milk these cows. I'm gonna like make this money getting this writer retreat and something like that. And just a lot of points like that. Like, I have a few other quotes. Like, my favorite one was from Punch Drunk, but like reading that after Guts though, it was just like, that was a redemption for me. Like, okay, it's not gonna be all weird things people can do with their own bodies, thankfully.
Yeah, the whole book being that would have been pretty awful, man.
Yeah, exactly. But no, yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about Punch Drunk for a couple of reasons, actually, because like I have a quote I'd really like to share, but also like when we touched on it earlier, like we didn't really talk about like what stood out to me was like, so the guy is like wearing the wigs and like talking about like putting on dresses and having fake boobs and stuff. Like it was just a really interesting, like from a gender literature point of view to me, which like I've studied a little bit, and so that kind of leads to this quote I kind of wanted to say from it, where like at the end, like one of the guys like just got his ass beat or something, and he like pulls off his wig, and there's a bunch of like blood stuck to the to his face that's stuck to the wig. And then the quote he says is, "Everyone wants to make the world a better place." And I was like, one, how does that quote belong in this book? And two, how the hell did this guy just say that after all that? Like, it took me so much by surprise.
It's like the absurdism of the moments and the absurdism. Like, absurdism is a huge part of just like how the humor works. I guess I could find it amusing, but I don't know if I ever really found it too funny. I don't know if I like laughed at any one point in the book. But I mean, that sense of humor is going to be something that's going to be down to like anybody, I guess. Definitely found some parts amusing, but I don't know. Dan, did you find the book funny at all?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would say funny, but there were parts that were like, I don't know, more like the parody or like the satire or of the situation or the absurdity of the situation. I don't know how I would describe it other than as funny.
Mm-hmm. You
Or
laughed
just, like,
many times
sometimes
during
it's
this
like-
book.
It's like something is so serious and so real that it's just like, I don't know. That's the defense mechanism, is just humor or absurdity.
All interesting. Well, hey, thank you so much, Storm. I really appreciate you weighing in, man.
Oh yeah, it was a pleasure. Yeah, thanks again for having me.
Oh no, not at all. Thank you very much. The next story is this is one that has been referenced a lot. I think this one probably had a lot of emotion behind the story. It seemed like this one really resonated with a lot of people. It's Comrade Snarky, Speaking Bitterness. So this story is, to sum up this story, there's like a women's group, and there's a women's group, and they meet, and they basically like they compare it to something that happens in the Chinese Revolution called Speaking Bitterness, where they're all just basically getting together and they're all like basically like this is what's wrong with their lives. They're complaining about this in their lives. They don't like this in their lives. They're basically they're all complaining about the various things to one another, right? It's like a group therapy session, right? I think a new member shows up to their group, and I guess the entire group suspects like this woman is like, she's too perfect, she's too pretty, her boobs are too perfect. Like basically everything about this woman is too perfect. So they all think that this person is not a woman. They think that this person is a man. And the entire thing is this like constant series of accusations where they're like, show us this, show us that. They start to abuse this woman, and they start to like strip her down, and they want to like they strip her naked. They essentially just like assault this woman because they want to see if they don't think she's actually a woman, and just continues to go and go. They completely strip her like completely naked at the end, and there's like they keep expecting they're gonna find out she's a man or something like that. Yeah, it was rough. Then by the end of the story, they're like, the woman is crying and like horribly traumatized, and they're like, God, what happened to us? What's the matter with us? Like, how did this happen to us? And like, that's how the story ended. And yeah, that's how the story goes. Definitely like really heavy compared to something like Chef Assassin or some of the previous stories as well. Like all of a sudden it's like, goddamn, right? They're basically inflicting the harm they come to talk about, right? Because a lot of the stuff they're talking about are like, you know, they've been harmed in this way, or they've been harmed in that way. So it's it's a pretty heavy scene, pretty relevant. 2024. It was written in 2005, and there's been a number of people already weighing in on this story. And it was definitely one of those where like the smile kind of like maybe the smile from Chef Assassin kind of faded from my face. I was like, damn, this is pretty rough, very harsh. The monster was inside us all along. Yeah, so definitely going to be a lot of opinions on this one, I feel like, or at least there have been already. Let's see.
Yeah, and to me, this was another like, I don't want to say like self-sabotage as much as like these people are in this setting and they're like, we're doing a good thing. This is good for us. This is like, but even the good thing, it has to be like a certain way, and if it's not that way, then it's like they can't. It can't exist other than in their like the way they have it in their mind, and this thing comes in that they can't like make sense in what they've already determined is the correct way, and like they just like they're willing to just go to extreme extents to justify that thing that they have in their mind.
What's up, Mr. Bukong? How are you, dude?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Welcome on in. Did you have a comment about either Is Comrade Snarky Story speaking bitterness or something else about the book?
Well, to that, that's a real touchy one, but I do feel like there's a lot of interesting takes regarding, how hurt people tend to hurt other people and how they lash out at others with regard to their own traumas, which I think is something that is definitely like one of the themes throughout Palahniuk's work in general. Like, I think it just seems like who he is as a person and how he deals with his own life's trauma. Because this was something when I was talking to my mom about this book, she was like, do you know what, like, he's been through in his own life? He's been through some fucked up shit in his own personal experiences. You could argue that a lot of what he's doing on paper here is his own therapy. Like, it's either this or lose his marbles,
So I kind of when we read the Robert Heinlein book, I kind of did a little bit of I didn't do like research, but I was like, yeah, let me read a little bit about Robert Heinlein. I didn't read anything about Chuck Palahniuk. Does he have like a really like?
I can mention a few anecdotes.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, his father was witness, or at least like in the same household, where his grandfather killed his wife and children before killing himself. And his father, Chuck's father, survived by hiding under the bed.
Jesus.
And yeah, very gruesome, almost like something you'd read out of one of his books, right? And then the other one was his parent. He's a child of divorce, and his dad, one of his I think he's like second wife or something, or like one of his girlfriends, one of her exes who she had basically gotten put away in jail for like domestic abuse, like got out, found them, and murdered them both. And he had to sit on that trial and basically come face to face with the fact that he wanted to kill that man.
Well, I guess there's the adage is write what you know, right? And if his life has been so full of trauma or this like dark look at human nature repeatedly, then I guess that kind of explains, like, maybe I don't know if you'd say like that's his muse or something, or that's where he draws inspiration from.
For sure, personal muse. Yeah, it feels like he's we were talking about this earlier, like he's trying to show uncomfortable truths, or like at least his truth. Back to the whole camera behind the camera behind the camera. His camera, or his take, his truth, his reality seems to be that people are inherently pretty fucked up. And whether or not he has a follow-up or a caveat to that, I never saw one. The story never really seemed to pan out in terms of like, yes, and let's like yes and this into something, segue into a point. It just seems to be part of his overall nihilistic worldview.
You say a lot of things about him, but he's definitely not fucking shy, is he? Like,
you'll say it. I think, even my revulsion to certain parts of the books, I had a lot of responses, positive, negative, confused. I think they're all valid because I think that was Chuck's point. Like, I think all reactions to the things he just spewed out on paper here are valid because, like, eliciting a response was kind of the point, good or bad.
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. Like, the point is to like open you up with shock and like elicit some kind of emotional response of like revulsion. Like in this case, you look at what they've done and you feel so bad for this woman that they've abused, and it's like, my God. And I think some of the shock value previously in some other chapters maybe makes the reader more receptive to it. And maybe that's an argument for like, I was saying earlier, like maybe these stories would work better without the larger narrative, but like the larger narrative and connecting all of them makes you more receptive to these moments when they actually do come around. Sure. So without that, like maybe the stories wouldn't be successful on their own. Actually, maybe this succeeds more because of that. I don't know, but
it's hard to say. I feel like it's hard to tell, you were saying like chicken or egg, whether or not these stories were linked together with a meta narrative post hoc or, the other way around. And it's hard to say. But I do feel like the larger point of the meta narrative is that artists or writers or creative types in general, at least in Chuck's perspective, would rather do anything than be creative, even torture themselves sometimes. And I don't know if that's a valid take. I know some people, like I think you've described it before, you get a nail in your head and you just want to get it out because it's driving you nuts. Yes. So I don't know if that's everybody's perspective on it, but to Chuck it seems like, he really has the nastiest stuff to say about the human condition, and that's just his take.
I wonder, is he still writing? Has he published anything recently? Or I don't know.
I've heard he's kind of leaned more towards toning down on the shock, but I haven't read anything beyond this one book.
I'd be really curious to see like what he wrote. Like I've never read Fight Club. I think I would read more stuff by him. I'd probably be maybe a little cautious about it, but I think I would read more. Is he in his mid 70s now? Oh, he's getting up there then, huh?
Oh, sheesh.
His books are banned in prison. Is that true? No idea. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Bukong. Thank you for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Oh, anytime. Thank you. Let's see. So we want to keep moving through the stories. We still have a number of stories to get through. Let's see. The next one is Agent Tattletale. I think we've had a couple of people reference this story before. I think Dan especially would be the expert on this story because this is the one regarding a private eye who is investigating insurance claims. Why don't you go ahead and break it down for us, Dan? Tell us about it.
So the character in this story is basically on like full-time disability and writing about another character that's also on full-time disability, and then basically once you get that way, there are certain like legal parameters that you have to meet to stay on personal disability, and this guy gets found out by a private detective, and he finds this private detective and decides to kill him because if he lets this guy go, he's gonna ruin his like the thing he's got, which is just like living in a trailer working on a car.
Yeah, and it's not just like simple like, you know, you shoot him or something. I think doesn't he like trap him in an outhouse or something?
Yeah,
and he locks the door.
He traps him in an outhouse and like he tries to drop bug bombs in it, but like the bug bombs don't kill him, and so he has to just like beat him to death in the outhouse. And then he finds out, like he gets his information, and then he then assumes this guy's job, and then turns into a detective. And then the novel or this short story ends up with him being in that same exact situation where he's found someone else doing the thing that he was doing, and now they have him trapped in their garden shed. And I really like the point of view of this because it's like this character who's trapped in the shed is like, I don't blame you. I would do the same thing if I were you. If you would just, he's like saying this, but the lady who has him trapped can't hear at this point in time where he's thinking it. And he's basically like, if you would just ask me, I would tell you to just like put a tube from your car into like, you cut a hole in the shed and put a tube in and tie the windows shut, and you could kill me like that. And it's a very just like lighthearted take on the topic, and then just like kind of time as a flat circle, like,
yeah,
you know,
a little
you
too
become your
neatly
own worst
cyclical on
enemy.
this one, right? A little too neatly.
Yeah.
So yeah, the woman, I think also while he's like yelling that you're totally justified, it's like somehow the woman is like recording what he's saying, and I guess the implication there is that she's going to use that for leverage so that he won't reveal that she's like basically not on disability, and like she doesn't have a disability anymore, so she can still stay on disability the entire time, because that's the American dream. According to this short story, it says the American dream is to just like live the easy life, stay at home, don't work too hard, blah blah blah, according to this, right? So it was one of those stories I would classify as amusing. I definitely thought this one was amusing.
Yeah, this one was funny. Like this one, there was humor in this one. I will retract my previous answer and say, yeah, like I found this one funny at times.
Yeah. There's a couple lines where he's it was the lines, I think the part where I did chuckle once in the entire book. The guy's in the outhouse and he starts dropping all the bug bombs into the top of the thing. He's like he's gassing the poor insurance and the investigator inside of this thing. It's so stupid, man. Oh my god. People want to exist by doing the bare minimum, don't we all, right? Let's see. Let's get somebody else to speak in here. What's up, Krizo? How are you, dude? It says you're muted, by the way. You maybe want to unmute.
Oh. Hey guys, how you doing?
Going good. How are you, Krizo?
I'm enjoying this a lot, actually.
You're enjoying book club? I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, actually. I usually don't read that much. Actually, this is the first book I read in like 10 years or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is quite a book to come back to after not reading for 10 books. Or 10 years, rather.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I find the book quite interesting. I feel like the book attack itself in a sense. Like you read the first pages and like pretty mild, right? The characters and this like strange situation that they're going to retirement or something, and then they hit you with guts. It's like okay. In my case, I'm pretty fucked up, so I was like, yes, this is what I wanted. Yeah, I'm pretty desensitized.
Yeah, I think a couple years on 4chan or something, and it's like, yeah, whatever. This is not a big deal.
Yeah, and I have to say, when I read it, it made my stomach churn a bunch of times, especially at the end. And then they changed the pace, right? They moved to the Mother Nature one, which like funny. To me, it was like kind of funny. Like
the foot jobs, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And I imagine that happens in real life, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think so.
And then is the green room, which was really boring. I was about to drop the book there. Like, not
that
so
one
much.
was a slog. I think that there's been a lot of agreement on that one for sure. Like overall,
But
you
they
enjoyed
also-
the book. You enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoy it. The book picks up the pace in the next chapters. Yeah, there are some slugs too, but I find interesting that sometimes the book is really slow in the mini stories, but the overall story is like interesting. For example, in the meantime, when the green room happens, is when like the story unfolds, right? They're trapped. They're not gonna get out like by any means, and they start going crazy. And then like the ladybug lady story is interesting, and then she kills herself. So the book starts like pacing up and keep me quite interested.
Did you
Also,
have a
I-
favorite story?
Yeah, the nightmare books.
Nightmare Box. Yeah, that seems to be a common
Yeah.
favorite. I think a lot. I also really enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, I like that for many reasons. I like that for like they transform a character that for me was like useless. The Mrs. Clark at the beginning was like, to me, was like a comedic sense. Like how many times you can say that she has big boobs.
Yeah,
without
every
repeating
time
that
she's
she has big
described,
boobs.
it's like her boobs are so big they're at her waist and stuff. Like every time. That's the only way she's ever described.
And it was like, to me, was like, yeah, this is like another toss-up character. And then in the first story of her, like, whatever, and kind of makes me think the same because it's like the porno thing. Like, yeah, this is like the big boob girl in the group, right? But then the Nightmare Box came in, and I love it for like you say that it made me feel like a real horror story, right? You don't know what is in the box, and everyone goes crazy, but it's like not that gruesome as other ones. Like yeah, they murder themselves, but it's like it hits different, right? And to me, when I read the title, I was super sure that the Nightmare Box was the theater. I was they are crazy and they're killing each other, and then
The theater itself was the box.
Yeah, I was
Interesting.
thinking that the Nightmare Box was the theater, and then I was thinking that yeah, this is when they're gonna unfold and they're gonna say like what's happening inside.
Oh,
but no, there's something
maybe
different.
you're right. Maybe the theater and like what's happening is the Nightmare Box, and we, the readers, are looking in the Nightmare Box by reading the book. Oh, maybe that's it, right?
That's what I think when I finish, and there's like it's a true reality, right? Like you are seeing like a glimpse of true reality. Like yeah, the reality is fucked up sometimes, right? Obviously, it's pretty exaggerated in the book, but yes, there's some cases where the world is pretty fucked up, sadly, right? So
yeah,
to me that's like the bottom line of the book. Like the Nightmare Box is what we are reading, what we are seeing, and we are like the next one, right?
So that's a
And
really
also-
interesting perspectives. Really interesting. And look, you haven't read a book for 10 years, you said, and you had all these like good insights and stuff, man. So you're gonna read the next book if we do another?
Yeah, definitely. And also, what piques my interest in this one, I like a lot of horror and all that type of stuff. And what's a phrase you said in the past that you said like, yeah, the movies and the TV shows and all that stuff, they show you stuff, but nothing compares with your imagination. And we're like, there's no way. And when I was reading, like, oh my fucking god, please turn this off. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, the nightmare box is really your imagination. Like whatever you imagine is going to be like that's causing people to go insane. Like your imagination is going to make it way scarier than whatever they describe, right? So.
Yeah.
There's a line in the what's the end of the book? Like not the foreword, but there's the afterword. There's a line in there where he says like either literature or like reading is like the only thing as consensual as sex, because it's like you can stop it like as soon as you want to stop, you can stop it. Like I don't know, there's some line there. I had a point to make, but I can't quite get to it.
It's late. You've been going for almost 3.5 hours, man. You're doing awesome, Dan. Well, hey, thank you so much, Frizo. Thank you for joining us, man. You were great.
No, thank you for doing this, Barb. It's like you're always doing something different in Twitch, like crosswords and this. So I'm pretty happy to participate.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. So let's see. So that was the Private Eye story, Agent Tattletale. The next story, this is one that I kind of had to reread, the Missing Link story. If you recall, the Missing Link is the character who eats the penis that gets cut off and he dies choking on a penis, I believe. And let's see, I maybe will need chat's help. Maybe need you guys to yeah, that is the book, by the way. I did not make this up. That is the book. So this
is the one where like the grad student is trying to find Bigfoot, and she's like, she wants to go live on an Indian reservation because she thinks that there's like this gene passed down in like primitive man, and that like there's pockets of these people that basically her theory is that Bigfoot is a werewolf, and that's why you never find him dead or anything. And so she's like trying to go embed herself with these Native Americans, who the Missing Link is one of them, and like because like apparently like a plane crashed somewhere and there was like a Bigfoot on it.
Right. So this grad student, she has like evidence, or she's like uncovered the pattern that there's these communities all around that are essentially werewolves / Bigfoot, whatever. And I guess that there's an incident on a plane, and this girl goes into the bathroom. When she comes out, she starts basically eating everybody on the plane. She's like turned into a werewolf, and there's like footage that survived the plane crash. And so she's interviewing this guy. He lives on I don't remember what tribe he said it was from. Basically, she like suspects that this whole group is like they're all the Chula, that's it. She suspects that they're all werewolves, kind of. And this guy is basically like he's like listening, and all he wants to do is like basically have sex with her. Like that's all he wants. He's like, I guess I'll listen because I want to have sex with her. And in the end, she's like, I think she asked him to take her to go live on the reservation or whatever. And she's like, she says, oral sex is not off the table. And he's like, yeah, I'll bring you to meet my whole family. Come on. And like, I think isn't that kind of how it ends? That's like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that's just like, yeah, all right, come on and meet him. Let's go. Yeah. That's just how it ends. The description of the, I think it's described that the werewolves basically like they go into like a weird kind of heat, like basically like either once a month or once every 3 months or 6 months, they basically transform and they just lose their minds, become werewolves, and they go back to being normal people, I guess. So it's kind of like animals going into heat, or like a rut or a mating season, that sort of thing. I thought that this one was really interesting. I think a lot of it, maybe at this point the book had started to warn on me, and a lot of it sailed past me on the first try. But the second read, I found this one actually a pretty interesting chapter for the Missing Link. I don't know how you guys thought about it overall.
This felt like a short story that like kind of justifies the bigger narrative, because it's hard to feel like where else you would tell this story than as like a bigger piece of something else. And I don't know. Like I enjoyed it. Like it was it's like a sci-fi twist read. Like there's nothing really like dark or sinister. Like nobody gets murdered. Well, I guess the
plane footage, I guess, is where people die, right?
The plane, and yeah. But it was like this like just strange deep dive into like the genealogy of Bigfoot and like is it this rare mutation that happens in these people and is it a werewolf and like I don't know. It was just like fun thing to have in there.
Oh, what's up, Zendo Rin? How are you, dude?
And she was really racist too. That was the other point. That, like,
she was right. But do we think that he was a werewolf then? Was any of that true?
Good question.
Anyway, what's up, Zendo Rin? Did you want to comment on this one or a different part of the book?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult to talk about this book. There's way too much to say.
Yeah, there is. That's why this has gone almost 4 hours now.
Yeah, definitely. But by the way, thank you for putting it together. I'd say, as for the book as a whole, the word that kept coming to my mind was grotesque, because I've read stories of the grotesque subgenre in the past. I kept thinking, why do I want to say relatable? Because it really isn't. It's not something I would do. But why do I want to say relatable? And I think grotesque is what defines it, right? Because they are things that you can see them being true for certain people, but they are taken, some of them, to quite an extreme that you wouldn't see them happen in such a way. But that doesn't take from the reality of what the people in the book are.
So the grotesqueness of it all, and like that's kind of the point. That's like the point of it all.
In their stories, right? But then as you tie them into the main story, which I thought they're not related. Now hearing everyone talk, I'm like, well, maybe they were more related than I would think, right? A lot of people doing things just to be somebody, or like Mrs. Clark with the sex story. That's the way they found to get out maybe of the life they had, and so they tried to do that to be somebody, to finally amount to something. They wanted to have some money finally and get out of whatever we don't know.
It's interesting you brought up Mrs. Clark and like the trying to be somebody, because like if in some ways is Mrs. Clark like ahead of everybody? So everybody's trying to be somebody here. They're all trying to like get their name and become famous and get money. Is she like farther along on that journey, right? Because she tried to be somebody and it was embarrassing and awful with her porn, right? So she kind of gave that up. Like, so she's kind of like farther along on this like journey of realization. So now is she like trying to understand what happened to her daughter by doing this? So she's got a different goal from almost everybody, right?
Yeah, I mean, she really, like, in both ways, like, she's already kind of been through that. And so she's also at the writer's retreat with more information as well. So not only is she kind of like not at that level or not presented at that level, she's like New Game Plus writer's retreat at this point.
Yeah, she's
like,
definitely treated as like other, because they're going to
motivation.
make her the new villain after Mr. Whittier dies, right? So
yeah,
and on that of making her the villain, like to your point, Dano, you were saying before about it takes weeks. The way I read it, it takes weeks for them to become that psychopathic selves. It takes days. They talk about weeks, but they talk about how they got to those weeks. Because in less than 2 weeks, in less than a week even, they run out of food, they start running out of heat, they start running out of water. Like, it doesn't take much.
yeah, they collapse immediately, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, they go in as soon as they notice that they're locked in a place that was not up to their standards and expectations. They give in to this idea of coming out of here with something. We are gonna come out of here. Actually, I put it differently. I'm gonna come out of here with something, because they don't think of it as a group. They all do it, but each of them individually want to come out of there, of that place with something. They never make a plan as a group. It just kind of falls in place, I often found myself thinking, is Mr. Whittier really the bad guy? I mean, he is. Yes, clearly he is. But he takes them in there. He promises them nothing more than 3 months. Takes them in there. He has food. He has accommodations. He has everything. Not luxurious, but he has the stuff. And they immediately snap immediately snap and start chopping fingers and
Yeah.
finding a way to sabotage.
It was always their plan to subvert the entire writers group and to destroy it and come out with this as like a get rich quick scheme, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, I from the beginning of the book, I was thinking they are absolutely the bad guy. Each of them is the bad guy.
Is Mr. Whittier a bad guy? I don't think so. I think I'd say he's less bad, maybe. He is kind of the puppet master because he's kind of like, he's the guy, like they're all the ants in the ant farm and he's like watching them like eat one another, right? Because this is all his game to see what they're going to do to one another. I guess I'd call him like,
he's like,
you know, I don't know.
He's bad in the sense that you get the idea that he knows exactly what's going to happen, but like he doesn't do any of like he takes no action beyond locking them in this place, giving them a place to stay and food and everything they would need to live for 3 months, and then kind of letting them run the asylum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not a sympathetic character.
Oh no, none of them have any kind of empathy.
Is the goal just to have to see if they're going to do something different this time compared to the previous times he's done it? Is that the entire goal? Just like actually make something instead of just devouring one another and destroying everything?
I mean,
they talk at the end of the book. There is some like talk about the purpose and like what he's looking for or something, and it's kind of lost on me at this point. But
yeah, it has been a long night. We've been sorry, everybody is
I remember
forgiven.
there being. I want to feel like the gist of it is like he's gonna die in like 14 years of life, and this is like he's like there's got to be a point. There's got to be a meaning. Like one of you show me the meaning of all this. And I don't know if it's like him putting them through a similar suffering to that he's been gone through, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to say quickly that for his point, I mean, maybe his point was for them to make something out of it. The way to go about it, maybe none of us would agree. But
maybe he just like
his idea
hoped,
was,
you know, just like
he
hoped.
kept saying, in the beginning of the book, he keeps saying, the things that stop you on the outside are also going to stop you inside here. So you need to let go of those preconceptions. What you came here thinking you're going to do and how you're going to achieve it, you need to let that go. You need to break that box and be able to think outside of the box, like the saying goes, and be able to be more than what people say you are, on who you put yourself in a box to be.
Well, thank you, Zendo Rin. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, folks.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by. All right, so next story, Mrs. Clark. It's the third Mrs. Clark story where we hear more from Mrs. Clark in the nightmare box. So last we left Mrs. Clark, her daughter had disappeared after looking inside the nightmare box. In this chapter, so after she disappears, basically like psychics are looking for, the police are looking for her daughter, psychics are looking for her daughter, everybody's going crazy trying to find her daughter. Like, what happened to your daughter? So she comes home and she is like she's like, is she missing fingers, right? And she's missing toes, and it seems that she's been like sodomized.
Yeah, they follow like naked. They found her like naked walking on the road, walking on the side of the road.
So they find her, they bring her home to like the hospital, and they're taking care of her, and she still seems to be like mentally broken. Like all she does is lay there and like stare at fish in a bowl. And after a while you get this feeling that or at least Mrs. Clark is feeling like, this is not my daughter. Like, what is this? What happened to her? Like, what do I do? You're not the same person anymore. So she starts to get really frustrated with that, because she's not like, it's not like her daughter isn't back. It's like this new person came back, and you know, it's not the same. So I think that chapter ends, and after she's looked in the mystery box, I think that chapter ends with she disappears again. And I don't know if it's later. I don't know if she disappears or if this is when Mrs. Clark has killed her or made her disappear yet. Exactly how that plays out. She just disappears again, right? Isn't that what happens?
Yeah, I think that's where this one ends.
So it's like kind of checking in. Not much really happens, but I guess it's interesting to see that she's come back. Has she come back from a writer's retreat, from one of Mr. Whittier's writer's retreat at this point? Because it seems like she's missing her fingers. She's been wounded in the same way. So
Yeah, I don't remember if it's this story or the next where Mrs. Clark finds like the flyer or the note with the number for the writer's retreat, which is where Miss Clark gets filled into the loop.
So then somehow she was at one of these writers' retreats, and I guess the exact same thing that happens to our group in this one has happened before somehow. I guess somehow people, it's like some kind of fundamental truth that if you bring writers to this writers group, they're all going to chop each other's fingers off and kill each other. Like it happens every time, I guess. I don't know. But that's how the story ends, and then Cassandra's back. And and then we're gonna drop back in on them one more time. There's one more chapter with Cassandra and Mrs. Clark. This next story was one of my favorites. Hang on, let me get somebody else in here before we talk about the next story. Let's see, Salem. Let's try to click on Salem here. Hello, Salem. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you. You were patient for a long time. I hope you weren't waiting for too long.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I was more interested in the stories themselves than the overall plot of the book. I felt like the overall plot of the book was kind of lackluster, and it just kind of seemed kind of strange and out there.
Yeah. So was there a particular story you like really enjoyed or you responded to compared to some other ones?
I think stories that we've gone over since like the like the women's club one where they sexually assault that one woman, and then the one with the child dolls, where the detectives are all abusing these child dolls, and it's just so shocking, it's crazy. It's like,
yeah, for sure. Like there were some stories that really shock you out of your like comfort. Like usually think of reading as like a comforting thing, but not this book. No, not this one. This one's trying to get you, right?
Yeah, and I've been using book club to try to get back into reading because I've been lazy, and so like I was not expecting this from this book.
Well, hopefully the next book is a little more. I'm really hoping the next book's more chill. I really hope it's not quite like this next time. We're all kind of hoping for something a little nicer. Maybe next time we'll go fantasy or something. I don't know.
I'm saying add cookbook to the genre.
A cookbook. Read a review, bro. The reviews for this book are like, oh, this is great. Chuck Palahniuk. Yeah, this is great. This is not like a poorly reviewed book, man.
A cookbook, we still haven't had the cooking stream, so I don't think we can do a cookbook.
I do owe you guys the cooking stream. Yeah, national bestseller. Look at that. National bestseller, chat. Did you plan on this being his birthday? Absolutely not. No, I did not plan on this being Chuck Paul. Apparently, it is Chuck Palahniuk's birthday today. Apparently, that was not intentional at all. Any other thoughts, Salem?
I think it's just I think there are definitely themes like people brought up. Like I think there's a lot about regrets and consequences of one's actions, and I think that's really interesting. And I'd be curious to see what Chuck's other work is like. If Chuck's other work is this fucked up, or if it's just more or if it's more chill.
That would definitely be interesting. I almost wonder, like, when we say regrets, like at the very, very end of the book, when Mr. Whittier is leaving, they have the opportunity. They could leave, they could leave the theater. They could get out, but like they say no, and they lock themselves back in, and they are still going for the same plan. Like they're still trying to do it.
They had the opportunity to leave at any point. They just, like I feel like they always could leave, but they trap themselves in there of their own will. They're like so fucked up that they can't.
Yeah.
They feel like they're trapped with each other.
I think there's something like
to the point.
Go ahead, Dan.
Like after just like weeks when they've all decided they're just gonna like starve and they don't want to be found. Like the book describes, like Godfrey goes around and he's faking like he's trying to get help, like he's banging on the wall but not banging too hard, and he's like yelling but not yelling too loud, so if somebody was outside they wouldn't hear him. And there's definitely this like, could they have left? Like they sabotaged the locks, like could they actually have left at any point in time? I think that's at least in question.
And it just gets so fucked up. They start cooking they start cooking each other's parts. They
cannibalism.
They eat the cat, who up to this point has been like the one thing that everyone insists on keeping fed. It just like Yeah, it's really crazy. It feels like it's a little bit like Lord of the Flies, when everyone just losing their shit.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. You're eventually suffocated by the satire in his works. Suffocated by the satire. You could like put that on the back of one of his books, right? Well, thank you, Salem. Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
Let's see. So the next story, this is Countess Foresight, which this is the story about how this Countess Foresight, she puts her hand on an object. There's some of these stories that kind of border on science fiction. I feel like this is one of them. She puts her hands on an object. She can like tell the future about that object. She can tell what's going to happen. So for some reason, she's in like an antique store or something. And at this antique store, the guy behind the counter is selling a fetus in a jar. And the guy behind the counter claims that this is absolutely 100% Marilyn Monroe's like unborn fetus that she had. And it's in the jar. He's confirmed it. It's absolutely true. And it goes into this long, like kind of this long description of how Marilyn Monroe like was kind of almost bullied into killing herself by the studio. She sees the history of the object, something like that, right? Does she also see the future? Maybe it's just the history. Anyway, it's like essentially like he goes this long story of how Marilyn Monroe was like bullied by the studios to kill herself, and how they wanted her to kill herself because that would make all of her movies golden forever, and how she was actually planning on ruining her legacy. Well, did she want more money? I can't remember. She was gonna ruin
she was trying to get like more money and renegotiate a contract, and she had like threatened to like support Hitler so that like her movies would tank and be worthless because like she's not making money off of residuals and stuff.
Right. So that's what I think that's what it is, right? So then they say go ahead and kill yourself. That's gonna be great for us because all of your movies are gonna be perfect forever. That's amazing. Then she says, she threatens them, I'm going to donate like every bit of money to like the KKK and the Nazis and stuff just to tarnish my legacy. That way you can't use my stuff anymore. And I think that's when it's implied that the studio kills her and kills her baby. Like basically she's either murdered or convinced to commit suicide or something like that. And that this guy supposedly has her fetus in this jar, and it's like 100% genuine. So then Countess Foresight kills the guy, and then the jar smashes. It turns out it's just a plastic doll inside the jar. Like the guy was completely full of shit. He was trying to get like $30,000 for it, so the guy was just scamming her. Does she go to jail after that point? Like she's arrested?
When she also sees, like, I think once the jar's like smashed and she sees like the doll, that she gets like a cognition that it was him, that was like, it was because the antique or this store owner said that he bought this from someone, but then she gets the insight that it was actually him that like killed Marilyn Monroe or was there when she was dead, and that's why he has this piece that has the imprint on it.
I don't know if she's arrested or she was arrested previously. Yeah, she's on parole. She has like an anklet around her ankle. So she still has that there at the place. So like how much is true here? Like what is real? Again, I think it's just go along with it and don't question it. I think the less questions you ask, you just go with the flow, the better. But that's
I think that was a very early on thing, because the book made a point of saying that like, oh, she has this ankle monitor on and GPS and yada yada yada, and I think that's very much like, that's not real. Like this is somebody lying about themselves. They're not this person. They don't have a GPS ankle monitor tracking on, like, no.
Right. That was the Countess Foresight chapter. Let's see. I invited. Let me try to get somebody else here. Probably everybody has fallen asleep at their keyboard because we've been going for 4 hours. Dan, you do not have to feel obligated to stay for however many hours is going. Feel free to go to sleep anytime. You have like a real job and stuff. Don't feel like you gotta stay up.
Hey Barb.
What's up, Evil B Savage? How are you, dude? Good evening.
Doing okay. Hey Chad, how you doing?
Say hi, chat. So what did you think, Evil B Savage? What do you think about the Countess Foresight chapter, or was there another chapter you want to talk about?
This chapter, it kind of like harkens back to like legends in Hollywood, right? Like all these stories that may or may not be true,
right?
So it's almost like modern legend, but It was a okay chapter. Chapters I liked were I liked immigration a lot. I really did like that.
That was the final chapter, right?
Yeah, the final chapter,
Right.
and Civil Twilight, the bowling ball, because that's
Right,
terrifying.
right. Yeah, I like that chapter too.
I mean, you could be walking down the street, and because somebody believes something, you could be killed. So it's
Yeah,
kind of
right.
kind of terrifying. So, but I enjoyed the book overall. I
It's
felt
like
like I had to read it because I was pushing for horror. in the
Oh,
chat.
were you? It won by 1 vote, so technically you are responsible.
Sorry, everybody.
But I don't know. I know that horror is not everybody's favorite genre. I'm pretty eclectic, so I'll fucking read whatever. It doesn't bother me. But nobody ever has to feel pressured like you have to read. If you look at a book and like, I don't want to read this, you don't have to feel any pressure at all to finish it, to read it or partake. That's totally fine. It's been a good book club talk. I think it has been a good book club talk. I think it has been. There's been a lot of interesting opinions on this one. I still kind of feel ambivalent in terms of exactly like, I feel like with the last book, it was almost kind of easy to like what the takeaway was, I guess. And like it was a lot easier to talk about. I think this one's a lot more difficult to talk about just because it's so scattered and out there and it's vague in terms of its conclusions, I guess. Right. Hey. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it was very interesting because it's you get so many different stories, but with any anthology, you're gonna have good stories and bad stories in it. So, but thanks for doing the book club. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, not at all, not at all. Even if there are like 2 or 3 stories in a short story anthology, I feel like it was kind of worth it. Like even if I didn't like all the other ones, you know what I mean? So, I almost feel like it was worth it just based on that. So,
I'm really bummed out.
Hey, Ghidorah's Fury, what's up, dude? How are you?
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, Ghidorah's Fury, can you hear us? Okay, I think he might have accidentally hit accept. All right. Let's see. I don't know how to kick or politely. All right, I guess we'll just leave him here. Oh, there he goes. Okay, thank you.
I got you.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
I do think I'm gonna take my leave because I do need to let the dogs out.
Oh, dude,
I will
Dan,
say,
thank you for hanging out, man. It's always great to have you. We're probably not gonna be going for too much longer. There's too many stories in this to talk about. Way too much.
I will say I agree with the person that said I don't know that I would recommend this book to anybody else. I don't know that I like the book, but I like that I read it. If that like it feels like a thing that was like, if I hadn't read it, I would read it, and I feel like it was worth reading just because it's like, if nothing else, just to like think if I liked it is like worth the mental exercise. So
it's an interesting experience, right? An interesting experience.
Yeah.
Well, Dan,
Book
always a
Club
delight
3
to
next
have
month.
you. Thank you for being here all 4 hours, man. You're a hero, dude. All right, peace out, Dan. Let's see. We have who do we have? Von Jussie. What's up, Von Jussie? How are you?
Hey, going okay? Thanks for having this. This has been a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm glad you've enjoyed.
Yeah. Well, I'll be able to keep it relatively brief. I think a lot of people have touched on a lot of really good points up until now that I might have otherwise, had something to say more on. But yeah, I think I both liked and disliked the book in kind of equal measure. Like, there's some really high points, and there's some stuff that was just, plain uncomfortable to read. And not that I think that that's a problem. I wasn't sure that it really had much to say with all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of just happened.
I can definitely agree with like the strong feelings either one way or the other, and things I really liked or things I didn't like. Definitely agree with like there was strong feelings on both sides, and by the end of the book, I'm not really sure how I felt about the entire experience. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, even like by the end of the book, I was kind of like just in it to finish it, so I didn't really appreciate that last short story for kind of how good it was, and hearing some other people speak on that. I think it was actually one of the stronger in a more conventional horror sense.
Mm-hmm. That kind of speaks to the book's strength. Like you'd kind of made up your mind, maybe you didn't like it, and then in comes the last story, and you're like, damn it, the story is actually kind of good. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that to get the point of the book, you kind of have to not take it at face value. I think at face value, it's very like simply nihilistic, and a lot of things kind of exist conveniently, like like regarding the overall outer narrative, not specifically the short stories. The short stories, you know, had their merits. But I when I finished the book, I wasn't sure what to think. Like I'm sure plenty of folks felt. So I kind of looked around to see other opinions on it. And one thing I saw attributed to Chuck Palahniuk saying was that it was kind of maybe a satire about like the fame-seeking culture of like the early 2000s, early reality television, and which I think
kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, but that in and of itself is a little on the nose, I think, and it didn't really develop an interesting narrative. Like once they started cutting off fingers and toes, it was just kind of a foregone conclusion from there.
Yeah.
But one thing that I really keyed into and found more interesting was the unreliable narrator aspect, and I found it really developed over the course of the book. Like the first couple stories, you can take them at face value pretty easily, whereas the final story is almost certainly outright fiction within the established world that the story it can't exist easily along with the world where Whittier can just like scoop up these people and bring them, or at least not literally side by side. So there's varying degrees of like, you can take this or trust that, but I think that made it more interesting, and it even made some of the weaker stories at least have some, you know, more interesting thought that you could have, or questions you could ask.
It was like I said earlier, is that like you question how much you can rely on anything that we've read at all for being the true. Like would these people truly represent anything that's happened, or like are these purely for entertainment values? Are they lies they tell themselves? Maybe they even believe their own lies they're telling themselves about why they did these things. I mean, I don't know. I think we should read with caution everything we're reading here, you know.
Yeah, no, I very much agree with that.
Going from believable to yeah, it is when it goes into pure science fiction, it is kind of quite a switch compared to some of the other stuff. It feels very, you know, it's absurd, but it's still grounded in the rules of reality somewhat, right? But then, you know, all of a sudden we're in a pure science fiction story, people living on Venus, right? So, but
yeah.
In the interest of actually getting to sleep tonight, I know that there's several more short stories in here. We have not referenced Baroness Frostbite, Mrs. Clark. There's another Mrs. Clark story, Evil Spirits with the Miss Sneezy story. We should probably maybe we should wrap up and talk about how it all ends up and what happens in the end, right? We can talk about the final short story, which I think there was a lot of people who really responded really strongly to that one, right? And the final short story is another story by Mr. Whittier, right? And the final Mr. Whittier story, it's like almost like a science fiction story where it is discovered that dead people are living on Venus, and essentially Venus is like paradise and heaven. And then when you die, your spirit goes to Venus, and like all the celebrities and all people are living on Venus, and they're all super, super happy. So humanity, if you die, you'll just all transport yourselves magically to Venus, and you'll live there, like your soul will be there. So what happens is that humanity starts like mass killing themselves in like giant suicides because they all want to go to like perfect heaven. There's a couple characters. I think it's revealed there's a couple. I think for some reason, I can forget exactly why, everybody has to kill themselves to get to Venus to start over for humanity. Like nobody is basically allowed to live. There's a couple of amusing parts where they say like they're selling them at Walmart, like kill yourself kits. And like there's an intercom at Walmart saying like, please be polite and don't kill yourself in the store. Please go home and kill yourself. It's like, it's so again, it's one of those, emigration kits, right? This book, even at the very end, this book is still firing. It's still going at you, man. The goal is to stop the cycle of life and death, right? It's like Stop. Exactly right. I'm forgetting a little bit because I think I finished the book like last week or something, so I probably forgot a little bit of it. And they want a pure start over in paradise where like everybody is dead and there's nobody left on Earth, right? And I think there's one last girl. Her family had just killed herself. They're just killing themselves by using the car, right? They're breathing the exhaust. There's one girl left. And her neighbor is alive, and of course her neighbor is named Adam, and she's named Eve. So I guess like essentially like, no, you can't break the cycle. Adam and Eve are here, and of course they're starting over again. Like the whole cycle of Adam and Eve is starting all over again. The Adam and Eve part did make me roll my eyes. Thought that was a little much on the nose. The pun made you mad. She was using exhaust because she ran out of is that what it was? I don't know. Yeah, that one did make me roll like a little. I rolled my eyes at that one for sure. But overall, I thought that story, it was just like it was interesting to read like kind of a science fiction short story compared to a lot of the other stuff that's come before. I would like the variety that was present on this one was real, and in this book overall was really nice. And this was kind of a nice surprise at like the very end. Let's see. Let me go get. I don't think we've had this person speak. Hey, thank you Von Jesse for dropping in, dude.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, not at all. Yo, Black Tank, we spoke with you earlier today. How's it going, Black Tank?
Going pretty good. Yes, you have spoken to me. If there's anybody that hasn't, I can yield my time.
Oh, it's all good. No, don't worry about that. So what did you think about the final short story of the book? Was it what was the name of the final short story? I forget. Hang on, let me find it.
Obsolete, I think.
Obsolete.
I believe so. Yeah, where everybody has to kill themselves.
Right.
And there's like a colony on Venus. The souls are on Venus. If somebody is born on Earth, they are sent back. A soul is sent back to inhabit that body, and they forget everything.
Yeah.
I thought it was really cool. I think it drives home the point the author I think was trying to make about like the value and the purpose of suffering. They like the original way this is set up is that souls on Earth are like there to suffer and be eroded and purified before they can like earn the afterlife on Venus. This is before people know that afterlife exists. And then when they figure it out, they're just like, oh, well, I don't want to do all the suffering. I just want to kill myself now and go right to paradise. And it feels unearned at that point.
I guess that there's like a larger resonance there with the main plot of people not wanting to work to write these stories. They don't want to do that. They just want to get the quick and easy way to get fame and fortune and money by doing this thing, and they'll do anything. They'll even kill themselves to do that, right?
Absolutely. And Whittier even made a quote that I kind of wrote down a paraphrase version of. He says, you are permanent, but this life is not. We were born here to suffer. If you can accept that, you can accept anything that happens in this world. The irony is, if you can accept that, you'll never suffer again. And I feel like that's the thesis he's trying to drive home, and I think that's why people choose to stay in the compound when they're free, is they, even as little as just keeping their lives interesting, they like have to suffer for one reason or another. And why they have to suffer is sort of different for each person, but it is the human condition in the author's mind to like have a need to suffer.
It's kind of funny to think that everybody in the theater like chopping off fingers and eating dead bodies and starving themselves, like that's them bypassing suffering. But I guess they prefer that over like their lives or like actually working or something, because it's all a get rich quick scheme, right?
Yeah, if they don't do that, then they're just boring people that haven't done anything. They need to have suffered the most to potentially have like be the furthest back camera behind the camera. It's like, I did the most. The story's from my perspective. This is my suffering.
I guess so. The pain of feeling no pain is greater than the pain of removing your fingers. I guess the conclusion that you come to is that the story is Whittier's delusion. There is that Adam and Eve theme, and then he tries to leave with Sneezy of his Eve Adam, and she is Eve in his mind. Is that what you took away from him leaving? I don't know. I'm not sure. So okay, well at the end of this story, I feel kind of bad that we're giving this story like a little bit short shrift here, but at the very end, after this final story, they go back to the larger narrative. Like everybody, like very few people are even left alive, and Mr. Whittier is all of a sudden back. He's alive. He like opens the door, comes in. He's basically like, you guys all failed. You didn't make anything. You did exactly what the previous groups had done. You guys can all leave. We're done here. It all failed, right? So he's about to leave. He's going to save one of the other ones, Miss Sneezy, which we didn't get a chance to talk about her story just because we just ran out of time tonight. He's going to leave with one of the other characters. And then I think Saint Gutfrey and the other ones are like, no, we haven't suffered enough yet. So they like grab her, go back inside, like lock the door. I think they kill Miss Sneezy right then and there. They're basically gonna go back to suffering. They like prefer to do that rather than going back to the real world. And I think that that's basically how the book ends. That's pretty much how they stab her through the chest. Yeah, that's how the book ends at that point. So they're still in there suffering, and I assume they're all gonna die in there, I guess. In the end, they're all gonna die. I took Whittier to be a Charon character in the retreat. It's like a purgatory or something. The ending horizon of the movie The Menu. So yeah, that's how it ends. Kind of bleak. People would rather suffer than be bored. Haven't suffered enough. Take Barb's place when he plays marbles games. There you go. There you go. So I don't know. You're left at the end, and this is where you're kind of left at like, what was the point of this all? Like, why did I read this? Like, what was what was the message here? What are the themes? Like, what was going on at all? Thankfully, we have Archivist Owl here who can explain it all to us right now. Let's see. Let's go get Archivist Owl. He's going to explain it. Don't worry. He's going to explain it all to us, and he's going to read us a lullaby right now.
So one of the things that I actually wanted to touch on since earlier on, when the discussion about themes came up, was that one of the main themes that I think that no one didn't really mention, because it would require you having to have read some more of his books, is that some of the characters tend to be a little bit of a caricature. Maybe especially when it comes to stuff like the chef. It is the absolute extreme of a case, and it almost satirizes Chuck's previous work and future, funnily enough. But in terms of themes, I think that the main one was that of regret and being haunted by your own actions. Not so much. I saw some people being like, oh, this is the edges of depravity. I think that even these things are not as depraved as they could be.
So when you say he's like referencing himself, are there parts of this book that are self-referential to like his previous books because I haven't read his previous books?
Not so much self-referential in terms of like actual subject matter, actual like oh, this happened in another book. More so in the extremity, the extreme levels that he tends to go with some themes. There is, I've seen a lot of people say that no matter which of his books you read, after the third one, everything becomes just pure edgy cringe because you get so accustomed to that style. Because at the end of the day, as we mentioned earlier, this is kind of what he does. He is a little bit of an edgelord.
Yeah. I was kind of there. I didn't need to read 3 books. I was kind of there after 1 book. I was like, man, this is edgy.
Yeah. He definitely has those tendencies. But I think something that I think it was .com that said so. When you read the book, not so much if you read it a second or third time, but when you read it as in where you are in life, will change your outlook on it a lot. For example, to me, the story about what was it? I don't remember what it was called. With the woman that was being constantly tortured and prodded about.
Right. That was Speaking Bitterness.
Yeah, Speaking Bitterness. That rang much more true because of the current situation in the world. And because I'm at that point in my life where I'm much more engaged with those themes. Because it's something that I think that everyone should be engaged with. It's something that pulled me in much more than other stories.
Yeah, you were actually earlier. You were actually fairly negative on the book too. It sounds like a totally different review at this point.
So let me be absolutely clear. I still have a lot of grievances with the book. That said, there are some stories that did have that were thought-provoking. I would not call them good necessarily, but I will say that they were thought-provoking. And they are, that specific one is just so happens to be more timely with
Yeah,
the
I mean,
current
it's the mark
situation
of good fiction that, like, even, you know, years later, it's still relevant or even more relevant now. And you know, and the way I view it is that even if there was only one, like, I would say that I would guess maybe half the short stories in this I either really liked, and maybe like the other half I was like either meh or fuck this, I don't like this at all. I feel like even half for me were decent. I feel like that to me makes it worth reading. Like, I enjoyed it. Now, I don't know if I would read more of Chuck Palahniuk's books after this one. I'd probably maybe look for one a little less severe than this one, maybe. But
I'd read more of his books.
You read more of his books?
Yeah, this is the first I've ever read. I've heard of Fight Club, obviously, but I'd read more Chuck. I enjoyed it.
There's no way Fight Club is as rough as this, right? There's like no way.
No, it's not. Fight Club is one of the very rare occasions where the book is not much worse, but it definitely is worse than the movie.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there was a couple of scenes. I think didn't they edit it a bit for filming Fight Club? There's a couple stuff that they had to cut out because now I see why. Because now I guess I understand Chuck Palahniuk's style. You know, I don't know if his style is really exactly for me, but at least it was interesting to read. Right, it was an interesting read. I'm glad I read it. Don't want to read another. Yeah, I probably would really hesitate to read another Chuck Palahniuk book. I probably really would. So I don't think we'll be seeing another Chuck Palahniuk book anytime soon. Maybe we'll space it out. Maybe a couple. Maybe I don't know how many book clubs we're actually going to do, but maybe we'll space it out a little bit more, right? I read another one as part of a group, probably on your own. I don't know. So let's see. Any other closing thoughts on the book? Any other closing thoughts, Archivist, or let's see, or Black Tank? Any closing thoughts?
Closing thoughts. I will echo the feeling that a lot of people are sharing, that it was a nice read. It's not a book that I would read again. I disliked the fact that there were a couple of pieces, like the Sasquatch story, that I had to read a couple of times to be like, is that what that said? That doesn't make sense. But overall, am I glad that I read this? Sure, as glad as I was about reading The Moon is Harsh Mistress.
Well, maybe we'll find a book you'll like someday.
One day.
Maybe I'll have better luck next time. I don't know. Can Archivist read the next book club to us? I think you'd have to ask him that. Maybe he'd do it for a small fee. Who knows?
I was gonna say, I would echo the thought that all of chat agrees on is the buttery smooth voice of Archivist Owl.
Yes, we're all 100% in agreement on that one.
You guys are being too kind. And who knows, maybe next time that we do a book club, which is verified absolutely 100%, we can do small, like, read out narration sessions in the Discord.
Yeah, maybe. Interesting idea. Hey, Ghidorah's Fury, we had you on earlier tonight, and I think it was we didn't get a chance to speak. What's up, Ghidorah's Fury? How are you?
Yeah, it's good, man. How are you doing? Like, right at that moment, my wife called me away for something, but
oh, that's all good, man. That's
what
all
a book, dude. What a book. Like, I agree with you that I feel like if it was just short stories without the narrative drawing them together, I think I would have liked it more. Like, there was some diminishing returns on how much they were fucking themselves with hey, let's eat a baby, that's cool, and let's choke on a cock, that's cool too. Like, it kind of got a little over the top,
Well, when you put it that way, it sounds over the top.
but it was like, that's exactly what they were doing.
Those are all things that literally happen. I know.
I enjoyed a lot of the short stories. I thought they were really cool, but I thought what they were trying to draw them all together just kind of seemed cobbled together a little bit, and I don't know, not really a satisfying conclusion at the end of the book.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any way that this after the content of the book, I don't know if there's any way it could have ended in a satisfying way. I don't know. Like maybe a bomb blows up the whole place and just removes it all. I don't know if there was any way we could end this book satisfyingly. Know,
I was waiting for the sneezy chick to be like, oh yeah, you're all fucked because you're all, you all got this disease, but they just dropped it. Like they didn't even kind of address the point that they should all be dead because of that.
Yeah, it's like, are we supposed to believe that because she has her pills that so Miss Sneezy, we didn't get a chance to go over her story, but she has this like insanely infectious disease and she has to be isolated on this private island just so she won't kill everybody. And she's been in this writer's retreat for a long time with them, and like nobody's sick or anything. she's been taking her pills. We're supposed to believe that the magic pills prevent everybody from dying. Like, I don't know. Like, I think the more, if you scrutinize anything in this book, I feel like it just doesn't make any sense. But that's why you're supposed to go with it. I
mean, I agree. I strongly believe, as someone mentioned it earlier, I think it was a lot of cool because I love the short stories in this book. Like most of them I absolutely loved. I think he had a lot of really cool ideas for short stories, and then he kind of just cobbled together this like narrative that draws them all together, and you're just like I was on board. I really was. I enjoyed they're mutilating themselves. This is all cool. Oh wait,
I was on board with the mutilation. That was cool.
Mom, that's fun. It just gets a little diminishing returns, right? Like, oh, you're choking on your own cock. Like it gets a little ridiculous.
Were they GM tricks? They said they were sick, or is it implied that they were sick from her disease? I don't remember. I don't think so. Right? Yeah, I don't think they were sick from Miss Sneezy's disease. I don't think so. I think they were sick if they felt bad. It's because they were like eating human flesh and not eating and that sort of thing. Yeah, in her story, people died like instantly. Right. Yeah, mentally sick. Yeah, so like, what is her? I guess if her story is true, then I guess her magic pills prevent her from being infectious. I guess, but I don't know. Like I said, if you really shouldn't. The way to read this book is to not scrutinize it. Go with it, read it, enjoy what you can, and if it makes you thought provoke, then if it provokes thoughts in you and you react to it in some way, then I guess the book succeeded in that sense. Because I don't know if you look too much deeper beyond that point.
I mean, who can read this book and not feel some sort of reaction to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, you're probably gonna cringe, right? If nothing else, you're gonna at least cringe at it.
Hey, thanks for the book club, man. This is great.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm happy to do it. It's not something I'm gonna do too often, but it was a fun time. Maybe one day we'll have a book that like we'll all like. Maybe one day. I think we'll wrap it up there. We're gonna wrap it up there. If I did not get to you tonight, if I did not get to your voice, if I didn't get you to your opinion on the book, I am so sorry. That was never my intention. It was a long one, man. We didn't even get to every short story. We didn't even get to all the short stories that were actually in the book, and it's already 11:30. Man, maybe there's got to be a better way to do book club that it would not be quite so long anymore. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys for the subs. I'm sorry if I know there was a number of subs during book club. Thank you guys for all the subscriptions. Thank you for all the bits. Mispronounced Surge, thank you for the 30 months. Natams, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. But yeah, that's book club number 2. Maybe I'll find a book so bad that it'll be the last book club ever. I feel like this one's probably, I don't know if this book was not bad. I enjoyed it, but like bad in the sense of like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is definitely an acquired taste for sure, right? Don't make that the goal. No, I'm not. I really did not. I went into this one and I really was not seeking out something that was going to be like, really shocking. I just thought, oh yeah, this will probably be interesting. Why not, right? You select all the books. So what I do, Hex Lobo, is I come up with a list of 8 books that I've never read, typically never read. I so far out of both book clubs, I haven't read any one of the books. And then we have a blind tournament.
Love book club metrics. Love.
It's where you guys vote for the genre without knowing what the book is, and then when the book wins, I show you what that book was. So yeah, we've had it's been 2 book clubs. This is the second one we've done. I don't know if there'll be a third. We'll see. I'll give it time. I've never quite decided. Every book club might be the last. It's obviously not content that does particularly well on Twitch. I do really love reading, and I do really love talking about books. I feel like maybe I didn't have any great insights on this one. I feel like in general we have like a lot less to work with, more like draw your own conclusions about what this whole book was even about this time. I don't know. We should do a vote between all revealed books at some point. You came in late to book club. Yeah, we're just finishing. We still missed like 3 or 4 short stories at the end. I feel like they were good ones too. I'm especially a little sad about missing out on let's see, what was her name? It was like Baroness Frostbite. I actually really liked that story too. I'm a little sad. But I mean, I'm gonna be up till 2 a.m. talking about this book. So I've already been up late last night. Thank you, Prince Slayer, for the tier 2 47 months. Really appreciate it.